all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pushing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Get going. Controller. Please. Thank you. Hi everybody! Today we're going to be continuing my blind playthrough of Ace Attorney 5 Dual Destinies. Once again, just to reiterate to people who are coming into this, if you haven't watched the first stream, I have not played this game before, so this is all just off-the-cuff reactions and play. Yeah, why don't we not waste any time? Let's just get right into it. It's full screen this. No, shit. The resolution is it? Hold up. There we go.
Long ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro.
Oh yeah, I love Naruto.
To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the Forbidden Chamber.
Okay. Oh no.
Night,
Oh.
night, Alderman. Sweet dreams.
Don't do that.
At long last, the revival of Tenmataro is at hand.
Is that really your motive? You want to release like a big demon bird? A few months prior to the courthouse bombing. Okay. Oh, right. I clicked off the window. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Can I turn up the game audio? Sure, sure. Just to let me know if it is too quiet or too loud at any point. Also, hey, it's the photo of Zach.
Guess I'm a little early.
Oh, hey, Apollo. Getting an early start today?
Yeah, this is the first job I've had in a while after all.
Well, aren't we all fired up?
Well, it's not every day I get a call from Mr. Wright. What kind of work is it anyway? Mr. Wright didn't mention any details. Like he usually doesn't.
I and the game are kind of quiet. Let me turn up my mic a little bit, I guess. How is the game audio, guys? I'm gonna take a couple of these Skittles real quick. Game audio's fine. Okay. Turn it up just a tiny bit more, but let's see. Work? Is that how he put it?
Don't tell me he just wants me to clean the toilet again.
You've really become a fixture around here, Apollo.
Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since I was hired. A lot's happened since then. But I've settled in nicely despite a few bumps in the road.
Not sure how I feel about Trucy's model, actually. I think it looks a little uncanny that they're kind of trying to, like, recreate the exact 2D poses in 3D. I don't know, something about the face just doesn't quite work for me.
My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year, but I still have a lot to learn. This is the Right Anything Agency, and it's where I work. Don't let the name fool you. It's definitely a law agency.
But don't forget that this place is a talent agency too, Polly.
It's the law agency part of this office that's usually forgotten. This is Trucy Wright, a budding magician, and adopted daughter of the agency's owner, Phoenix Wright. She sometimes makes me help with her magic tricks.
And what's wrong with that? You're one of the agency's talents as well.
I was under the impression that I was a lawyer.
Yeah, a lot of people were under that impression, Apollo. Oh, we better hurry. Doesn't look like Dottie's gonna make it, so let's get going.
Huh? Where are we going? What about the job you mentioned?
This is the job, Polly. You're supposed to keep me company today. Now come on.
Another day of not being a lawyer. Should have seen this coming.
Well, this is the Right Anything Agency, you know. And there's no law-related work at the moment, so...
Tell me again why I chose to work here. Where is Mr. Wright anyway?
Dottie said something about going to meet an acquaintance. But don't worry, just focus on your job and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Well, let's go. We don't have all day.
Wait a second! And another day of anything goes begins at the Right Anything Agency.
The Ninetales Vale. Yokai Lane. This place looks pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, I really like the 3D effect. I imagine that depth of field was a little bit more pronounced in the 3DS version.
Whew. So, what are we doing way up here in the mountains?
This is Ninetales Vale. Everyone's been talking about the yokai craze here.
Yokai? Oh, you mean Japanese monsters? Guess that explains all these weird things. Speaking of which, wasn't Ninetales Vale founded by Japanese immigrants?
Yeah, they're holding a festival to boost tourism over at the Alderman's Manor. My friend who works there invited us. That's why we're here.
In other words, I'm your chaperone because your dad was too busy.
Daddy said that with those horns of yours, you'd make a great addition to their festival. I mean, you look just like a Japanese demon. Wasn't that so thoughtful of him, Polly?
I could do without thoughtfulness like that.
Oh, it's almost time. Come on, Polly. The festival grounds are this way.
Alright, guess it's time to move to QB Manor Garden.
But let's talk to her first.
This monster craze. Come to think of it, I think I heard about it on TV. It's supposedly how Ninetales Vale made a comeback from the brink of fiscal disaster.
Our agency sure could use something positive like that. Oh, I know. Well, let's jump on board the monster craze. You and Daddy would be a perfect comedy duo. You could call yourselves Agni and Rudra, Demon Kings of Comedy. Daddy sets them up and you knock them down. Hey, I think we hit the jackpot with this idea.
Sorry, but I plan on staying a lawyer.
You do?
You don't have to act so surprised by that. Hey, Trissy, have you seen my attorney's badge?
How could you lose something so important? Sometimes I really wonder about you, Apollo.
This is so weird. Wonder if I dropped it somewhere.
Oh, look. What are these panties doing?
Forget about panties. That's what I'm saying. I'm looking for my badge.
3, 2, 1. Ta-da! Did you forget? These are my magic panties.
Hey, that's my attorney's badge. Wow, how'd you do that?
I set it all up while we were back at the office.
Wow, I didn't even... Wait, you took my badge?
Blep. Alright, enough of that. Okay, this is an interesting menu. It's gonna be a little bit easier to file through whenever going to locations, I think. Sorry. Skittles. I only have like a couple left. But I wasn't able to finish them before we got on stream.
Wow, this place is really something.
It definitely feels like a different world here.
Mysterious voice, Trucy. Oh, okay. Interesting character design here.
Jinxie!
And this is?
My friend, Jinxie Tenma. She's the one who invited us. She just happens to be the maid here.
2 horns, a love of red. Are you a demon? No. I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet...
He is a demon!
Oh, what the...
Be gone. Foul beast! You look great, Polly. Fills in some of that space on your forehead.
Ah, what is this thing?
It's a warning charm. Jinxie puts them on all of the monsters she finds.
But I'm not a monster.
Maybe I should have told her that you're a good demon.
Or you could just say that I'm human.
The red demon. Emissary of the underworld.
I got up early to do my hair for this. Can I take this off now?
So you can eat me?
I'm not going to eat you.
Forgive me, oh terrible one. Tone down your cords of steel, Apollo. You're scaring her out of her wits.
Don't worry. I'm already full.
Please stay that way.
Great. Now I'm playing along too. So I wanted to ask you about Ninetales Vale.
Begone, foul demon! Looks like you've been demonized, Polly. Literally.
I'm starting to wonder if I really am a demon myself.
Please don't eat me. I have food if you're hungry.
This isn't working. We won't get anything out of her until we set the record straight.
If only we had some way to prove you're not as scary as you look.
Ouch. Unnecessary roughness. Looks like I have to present some proof. Proof that I'm 100% human. Here's my DNA test results.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you have is your badge, so.
I wanted to show you this.
Oh, you think that proves anything? Lawyers aren't human either.
What is it?
It's my attorney's badge. You see, I'm not a demon. I'm a lawyer.
Really? You're a lawyer?
Maybe now she'll stop calling me a demon.
Does it protect you from Enmadayo's judgment?
Who is Enmadayo?
I read somewhere that he's the demon lord who judges the dead for their sins. Uh-oh, I think now she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly.
Can I just go back to being a normal demon?
Please don't boil me in a scalding cauldron. I'd prefer a Turkish bath if possible.
A Turkish bath? Isn't that more sauna than bath?
Don't worry, Jinxie. He's a good demon. He'll save you if you ever go astray. Please, Mr. Demon Lawyer, sir. Mercy on my soul.
I told you I'm not a demon. Trucy, you're just making things you just leave that Enmadayo to me.
Isn't that great, Jinxie? Uh-huh. I'm no longer scared to cross into the afterlife.
Someone tell these two I'm human already.
Oh, that's interesting. They, like, do the little flip over to show that you can ask about it again. I like that.
So, Jinxie, I hear this village is the epicenter of the monster craze. Uh-huh. Barely anyone had even heard of it before, but now it's packed with tourists.
Really? So, the monster craze is the reason behind today's festival?
It was the alderman's idea, but I'd be careful if I were you. There are lots and lots of yokai prowling about Ninetail's Vale.
Prowling about? You mean like wild animals or something?
Mm-hmm. And they're hungry, too.
Man-eating monsters? And they're all over the place?
Mm-hmm. In fact, there was one at the manor yesterday. I heard the doorbell ring, but when I opened the door, nobody was there. It was the ding-dong demon.
Do you want to maybe rephrase that? Okay. No, yep.
How else could you explain it?
Well, when I was a kid, my friends used to play this prank called Ding Dong Ditch.
Well, that doesn't prove yokai aren't real. There's even one here at the manor. The demon Tenmataro. He's imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber.
Tenmataro? The Forbidden Chamber? About that yokai you said was imprisoned here at the manor. Is it true?
Mm-hmm. He's a super evil demon named Tenmataro. Here, take a look at this scroll. Tenmataro is the dark demon you see here. He's super evil and super scary.
So, that's the yokai imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber?
Mm-hmm. He was defeated by the village guardian yokai, the nine-tailed fox.
People saying to check Jinxie's last name. Let's see. Ah, okay. So she's also a Tenma. I see. Yeah.
And locked away forever.
So, you're saying Tenmataro is still trapped inside the Forbidden Chamber?
Mm-hmm. But he's just biding his time until he can escape. Still, we should be perfectly safe. Because there's a really powerful sealing charm on the door, keeping it shut tight.
What a charming security system.
You can keep the scroll if you want. The alderman gave me this, but just holding it gives me the chills, so...
Thanks, Jinxie. Maybe I'll give this to Mr. Wright. So, I was wondering, are those things on your forehead also warding charms, Jinxie?
Yes, they're to prevent evil things from getting inside me. Papa told me to wear them.
Evil things?
Apollo, don't you dare take those charms off her forehead. They have to stay there. Forever. Got it?
I wonder what would happen if I did take them off.
It's time for me to get back to work. Thanks for inviting us, Jinxie. You're welcome. Oh, and before I forget, There's going to be a surprise event today. Even I don't know what to expect. But it's sure to be fun.
Better not be a yokai parade. She'd probably drop dead from fright. Ah! Demon! Oh, wait. It's just someone in a suit. Right?
It's Tenma
Tenmataro? The demon from the Forbidden Chamber?
Please don't hurt me! Be gone! Be gone!
Better watch out, little girl, or I'll snatch you away.
Charm! Where's that dying go to heaven charm? Oh, she put it on her own forehead this time.
She sure gives up quick. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces?
Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that. Lower your eyes.
He'll steal your soul if you're not careful.
Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously?
Your devilry stops here and now, Tenmataro.
Now what?
Look, Apollo, there's somebody up on the roof.
That booming laugh. Could it be?
My 9 golden tails are proof of my unassailable righteousness. With my band of 100 minions, I vanquish evil from the land. I am the wrestler of righteousness. Yaha! The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is here.
Oh my god, it's John Cena Naruto.
Fear not, good little boys and girls, for I shall defeat Tenmataro.
Hooray! Hooray! It's the amazing Ninetales!
Up to your no good tricks again, eh, Tenmataro? Well, not on my watch. Ah!
He just fucking, like, disappear, like, vaporize.
There is nothing to fear now, my child. I have banished Tenmataro. You and your people can now live in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Amazing Ninetales, sir.
Now I must be off. Another match and another foe to vanquish. Await!
What was that all about? Did that wrestler just chase off a yokai? Looks like it came out of the Alderman's manor.
That was the Amazing Ninetales. He's a pro wrestler from right here in the Ninetales Vale. But no one knows his true identity.
Jinxie sure seems chipper all of a sudden. What was all that about him banishing Tenmataro?
That was a yokai exorcism. It's an annual ritual where Tenmataro is released to remind us of his wickedness. In the end, the nine-tailed fox drives Tenmataro out and purifies our village.
It seems a little... I don't know that I would be I mean, like, obviously it's a show, but, like, if it were real, I don't know that I'd be like, oh yeah, let's let him out of the cage for a little bit, just to remind us of how bad he is. I'm gonna take these 2 Skittles. I need my Coke. My sody. Okay.
But the Amazing Ninetales did the honors this year.
So, that was the big surprise, huh? Amazing Ninetales and Tenmataro, huh? Well, whatever floats her boat.
Oh, would you look at the time? I'd better get back to work. Please excuse me.
She's a strange one, all right.
I think she's sweet in her own special way.
Knowing Trucy, she probably has lots of friends who are sweet in their own way.
Well, we still have some time to kill. Might as well see the rest of Ninetales Vale while we're here.
Fun never stops, does it?
I think I bought nearly every yokai souvenir that was for sale.
I know. because my wallet's running on empty.
What's with all the commotion over there?
Huh? Hey, isn't that your friend Jinxie? I hope everything's okay.
It's terrible. Calm down, Jinxie. Tell us what happened. The demon Tenmataro. He killed Alderman QB.
What?
Wait, killed as in dead?
Yes, Trucy, I would think that.
Yes, and Tenmataro did it.
Tenmataro? You stay here while I have a look.
Please, wait.
Huh?
Okay. It's a Tenmataro warding charm. It should protect you. Please, be careful. The Alderman's in the Fox Chamber at the top of the main staircase.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Oh my god.
Are you alright?
Oh my god, I have a killer hangover.
Help! Someone call an ambulance!
Fuck, those 3 rum punches really did it. I saw like a giant bird and everything, man. It was fucking crazy.
The police arrived soon after that, at which point I returned to the festival grounds. Apparently, the man impaled by the spear was already dead. But there was one other person there, and he was immediately rushed to the hospital. Thank goodness the other man's going to be fine. Sounds like he'd only be unconscious.
You think Jinxie's gonna be okay?
I'm sure she'll be back to her old self in no time. At least she's calm enough for the police to question her for now. And I'd sure love to know what crazy animal left those feathers and tracks.
Oh, look, here comes Jinxie. Hey, Trucy. Hi, Mr. Demon Lawyer.
Hey, feeling any better? I was wondering if you're up to filling us in on what happened.
First Sonic225, first time watcher of your stream, long time watcher of your Ace Attorney retrospectives. I was wondering if you had any tips on VA work. I mean, like, aside from just general tips, I guess not much, like, just practice, I suppose, because I've been practicing since I was, like, 9 years old. As with any creative field, it's okay to, like, you know, I don't know how long you've been doing it, if you have been, but, like, you know, my greatest advice in any creative field is it is okay to be bad at it. For a long time, you just have to keep chipping away at it until you gradually improve your skills. But also, do please take care of yourself. Drink lots of water. Do breathing exercises. Look some up if you can. There are a lot of good ones out there. Take care of your voice, because your voice is a muscle, and you can strain it just like anything else.
So, the man with the spear in his chest was already dead?
Mm-hmm. It was Alderman QB. When I found him, he was already...
So, the victim was the village alderman. And the one who was found alive? Who was he?
Damien Tenma. He is the mayor of the neighboring city, Tenmatown. They arrested him.
So, he's the killer?
Nuh-uh! Papa didn't kill anyone!
Papa? As in, your father?
That's right. Jinxie's dad is the mayor of Tenmatown.
No way!
Yes, way. But he's innocent.
This just got way more complicated. The victim was the alderman of Ninetails Vale. And Jinxie's father, the mayor of Tenmatown, was arrested for the crime. Sounds like we have some investigating to do.
I know this is difficult, Jinxie, but you need to hang in there. I know. I'll try my best.
Would you mind telling me a little more about the victim? So, the victim was the village alderman? What can you tell me about him?
His name was Rex Cuby. They say his family has ties to the legendary nine-tailed fox. He was really kind, and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler, and I even heard he knew the amazing nine-tail.
Oh, I see. I see.
A former pro wrestler, huh? That's something to keep in mind. With your father being mayor and all, I guess you're originally from Tenmatown, huh? So then, why did you come work here?
It was to overcome your fears, right, Jinxie? Uh-huh. Plus, Mama was from Ninetail's Vale, though she's no longer with us. She left these flowers. I always wanted to live where Ninetail's flowers grew.
Wow, what a beautiful flower. And with exactly 9 petals, too.
Just looking at them gives me courage, even when I'm scared of yokai.
Aw, that's cute.
Jinxie, when you first told us what happened, you said the killer was a demon.
The warding charm on the Forbidden Chamber's door. It's been removed.
The Forbidden Chamber's door? That big door that was barred shut? There wasn't a charm on it when I checked it out, so I guess it was removed by someone.
That's how Tenmataro escaped. Oh. But when I try and remember what happened, it all goes fuzzy.
Oh shit, she's like really traumatized about this. Poor girl.
Jinxie, you should go get some rest. You've been through a lot lately.
Or lot today, rather.
Between the warding charm being removed and the black feathers and weird tracks, I could see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer.
Apollo, maybe this is your chance.
Chance for what?
To do the right thing and defend Jinxie's dad in court.
Who? Me? Wouldn't a man like Mayor Tenma have more access to more experienced lawyers?
You want to know what the detective said? They doubted there was a lawyer who could get a not guilty verdict in this one.
Sounds like they're expecting an open and shut case.
Don't worry, Jinxie. If anyone can prove your dad's innocence, it's Polly.
What?
You'll accept the case, won't you, Polly? Oh, it's all over, isn't it? Oh, I'll be all alone for the rest of my life.
Oh, right. Jinxie already lost her mother. All right. Jinxie, leave your father's defense to me.
Hatta boy, Polly. You're going to help Papa, Mr. Demon Lawyer?
Yep, because that's what lawyers do. Plus, no toilet cleaning for a while. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure your father walks away a free man.
Thank you, Mr. Demon Lawyer. I can tell you're one of the good ones. Red demons are usually so mean.
It's been a while, but I'll be fine. Ready or not, here comes justice! Guess I ought to go and meet my new client. But before I forget, better jot this down in my notebook.
Hey, Apollo, what's the notebook for?
Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And so I don't misplace them, I'm putting my notes in the court record. Guess it's what you would call a to-do list.
Oh, sounds handy.
To read my notes, I just open the court record with RB. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you've got a little checklist of things now. Yeah, that's very helpful. I do like that. That's a nice. That is a nice feature to have.
Then I can switch between the tabs using LB and RB.
Oh, I almost forgot. So, about Jinxie's father. No matter how scary he seems, promise me you'll resist the urge to run away.
Wait, what?
His angry glare can paralyze you with fear. And some claim he can even shoot laser beams from his eyes.
What is he, Dio?
Well, maybe Papa isn't really that scary.
A paralyzing stare. Laser beams from his eyes? Sounds like some kind of monster.
I think it's about time I see Jinxie off. I'll head back to the office after I'm done.
Okay, thanks.
Ho ho. You approach me? You dare approach me instead of running away?
Alright, let's go to the detention center. Why is the detention center, like, why does it look somehow, like, slightly lower quality than it did in AA4?
Ah, visiting hours. Perfect timing. Hope he's not as scary as he sounds. Who are you? Yikes! So, you're Damien Tenma, right? I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. I'm here to help. Huh? Oh, wait, okay. Let me out of here. Sorry, I get a little loud sometimes.
How incredibly rude.
Sorry? Did I do something to offend you?
A visitor when all others shun me like a common criminal. And here I am with nothing to offer. I am the epitome of rudeness.
Wait, so he wasn't mad at me?
Unworthy as I am, I, Damien Tenma, shall breach these walls, so that I might treat my benefactor to some tea, and maybe some cookies, too!
No, wait! We can do tea and cookies after we prove your innocence. How about you start by telling me what happened?
I see. So, tea and cookies can wait, can't they?
Phew. That was close. You don't need jailbreak added to the list of charges. Seems like a good guy, but with a face like that, I can see why he's misunderstood.
I really like this guy so far, yeah.
Mayor Tenma, do you mind if I ask why you were arrested?
Grr!
Whoa! Sorry, I guess some things are better left unsaid.
Bah!
Excuse me?
To think a public paragon such as I could be treated like this. This arrest should never have happened.
Go on.
I fear the ill effects it will have on our youth. Now I've but one choice. I must leave here at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth.
No, wait! You can protect the moral fiber of our youth after you've been declared not guilty.
I suppose you're right.
Phew. Our youth just came this close to quite a scare.
My fingerprints were on the spear that killed Alderman Cuby. That's why I was arrested.
Your prints were on the murder weapon? That's never good. Any idea how they got there?
None, for I hardly remember a thing, you see. I was fast asleep at the time. Someone must have slipped me a sleeping pill or something. What's worse, somebody clobbered me on the head.
I see. A drug-induced slumber and a blow to the head. No wonder you hardly remember a thing.
Oh?
Was that some kind of strange laugh? Well, I think we can safely assume your prints were planted while you were unconscious. What did the police have on you as far as motives concerned?
Truth be told, there's been a bit of trouble between the alderman and I as of late.
Oh? Was it personal in nature?
Nothing like that. It's a long story. But suffice to say, I've been pushing to merge Ninetails Vale with Tenma Town. Surrender Ninetails Vale to Tenma Town now!
Yikes!
That's what I told him.
I'd like to tell you to stop shouting like that, but I'm too scared. So, that's the motive the police have established for the Alderman's murder?
Indeed it is. After all, Alderman Cuby was dead set against a municipal merger.
And that's why they think you killed him. He was in your way.
Curses!
Mayor Tenma, are you okay?
Jinxie! Forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this.
Hey, Amanita, thanks for the gifted memberships.
It'll work out fine. Just leave it to me. If only it really were that easy. I don't even know where to start. Thank you for meeting with me, Mayor Tenma.
Please, wait. My daughter, Jinxie.
Yes?
She already lost her mother. And now, with me being in here, I fear she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in her time of need.
Leave it to me. Trucy and I will look out for your daughter.
I shall rest a little easier then. You know, you remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie has been talking about.
New friends?
Yes. It seems she's made some new friends since she started working in Ninetails Vale. They're quite the unusual bunch, too.
There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck. A young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters. Friends? Sounds more like a bunch of monsters to me. Now, if you would excuse me, it appears my time is up. Phew. Why am I so tired? I must have been more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. A call? Oh, it's Mr. Wright.
Is that the fucking, Guitar Serenade? His little, like, marimba ringtone, Guitar Serenade? That's cute. That's very cute.
Justice here. Apollo, is that you? Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you?
Surreal Cereal with the $5. Putting down 5 for Tenma's bond. Free my boy. Everybody, please. If you donate enough money, we can get him out of jail right now.
Trucy told me he'd taken on a new case. Oh, that. It was kind of spur of the moment. He's actually calling me about a case? That's fine, but I have a favor to ask. Sure, what is it? I'm at the airport right now. There was someone I had to meet. A new addition to the agency, actually. Her name's Athena Sykes, and she just passed the bar. That's right. I remember hearing about her coming to join us. Guess that was today. She took off as soon as I told her you needed help with the case. It was like there was no stopping her. Wait, what? Where is she now? Probably somewhere in Ninetales Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. I need you to go find her. But I've never even met her before. What does she look like? She'll be the girl in the yellow suit sporting an attorney's badge. Okay, I'll find her. New addition to the agency. Well, I'd better get back to Ninetales Vale quick.
Okay, I'm gonna assume that, yeah, this is Athena.
I already told you! I'm a lawyer assigned to the case! I need to study the crime scene, so if you would please tell me where QB Manor is.
You can't fool me. You're just some delinquent high school student playing hooky.
Oh no, the donation message covers Lambda's popcorn eating. I gotta change that later.
You stupid pig-headed! This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know.
Looks like I just found Miss Athena Sykes.
Why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested.
Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so...
Oh my god, the police siren coming by at exactly that time. Oh my god, they're coming to get Athena. I don't know if you guys can actually hear that on the mic, but there is a police car that just drove by outside. That's really funny.
Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school?
I already told you I'm a lawyer, not a student.
That's it. Enough of your lies. You're coming with me.
Get your hands off me!
Oh my god!
What the?
What a great first meeting.
Think you can watch out for the bystanders next time?
Whoops, are you okay?
I think so, but that police officer is out cold.
I am so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something.
Reflex? That's more like a felony. You're Athena Sykes, I take it?
That would be me. And you are?
I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Right Anything Agency.
The Right Anything Agency?
Twister's 4 with the $2. Athena said ACAB real. Let's fucking go. That's so true. She was based for that. I love the notion that's just like as soon as somebody touches you on the shoulder, they just fly through the air.
What a fishy sounding name.
It's a long story, but it is a law office, among other things. Didn't Mr. Wright explain it to you?
Oh, right, that right. So then you must be... Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you.
I could say the same thing to you. Well, here I am. Now, how about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always.
Ah, of course. Feel free to ask away.
So, Athena, I hear you just passed the bar.
That's right. And here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me.
A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18.
18? How in the world did you become a lawyer at that age?
I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. And I got my license to practice law when I was over there.
All I can say is, wow, she must be a genius or something.
I also studied analytical psychology. Thought it might help me be a better lawyer.
Psychology helps her be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work?
So, tell me about our client. What are they like?
Oh, right. You haven't met him yet. Well, and that about sums it up.
He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father.
Wait, are you crying?
I'm not crying. There was something in my eye.
They're called tears.
Moving right along. Let's get down to business. Helping our client is priority number 1.
So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology?
That's right. I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system.
Oh, really? So, how do you plan on using it to defend our client?
Well, for example, I can try to listen on a witness's inner voice, and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget.
Kitty with the 5 pounds. A little something to go towards the many medical bills Polly has been accumulating across the game so far. Oh, well, I mean, if this is the, well, I don't know how Japanifornia works, but if this is anything like the American healthcare system, we're gonna need a lot of help for that.
Widget?
This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget.
It talks?
Whoa, you need a volume knob. Anyway, the little guy will sometimes say what I'm feeling. Awkward. Don't worry, he'll get used to it.
Now that I seriously doubt.
Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case?
A special edition covering our case? That was quick.
That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop?
I think that's just rapido, right? That's how you pronounce that, I think? I'm sure somebody will tell me. Okay. Gotcha.
Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish?
Oh, you have to roll the R. I can sometimes roll my R's. I have to try to be a little more conscious about it when I do, though. Rapido. Yeah. Okay.
Tenmataro was seen... What? He was seen flying through the sky?
Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetails Vale. The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently that photo was shot right after the murder occurred.
Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. I'm not surprised the locals think a yokai was involved.
Wait a second. Yokai as in one of those Japanese monsters? My god! You don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you?
No, of course not. Now German? Why not plain old English?
Andale, Apollo. Let's get cracking on that crime scene already.
Alright, well, let's go there. Bug Cammy, thank you for becoming a channel member. See, that one doesn't get covered up by the text. It's funny burn spin.
Do you hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look!
There's a TV in that little room in the corner. In other news, the mysterious masked wrestler, the Amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing, according to sources close to the wrestler. It appears he disappeared sometime after the special event held in Ninetales Vale today. He also failed to appear at a match today when he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected with Tenmataro's recent escape. So the wrestler has gone missing.
Hey, you two! You don't belong in here!
Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious.
What about them there horns of yours? They look mighty suspicious if you ask me.
Horns? That's my hair! Anyway, we're lawyers, and we're here to...
Ah! Yeah, them lawyers come to defend Mayor Tenma, aren't you? Should have reckoned with that expensive-looking bracelet you got there. My name's Phineas Filch. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet you.
Same here.
Wow, talk about a quick change of heart.
So tell me, demon lawyer, bet you use them demonic horns of yours to scare the bejeebers out of witnesses, huh?
Yeah, he does look like a tanuki, doesn't he?
Come here, you little horned demon, you! Ouch!
These horns, my hair isn't meant to threaten anyone.
You little piece of shit.
They ain't? Seems a mighty big waste of perfectly good horns, if you ask me. And again, ain't none of my business, so...
That was fast. Guess he's done with me.
Well, I'd best get back to work.
Hold it!
Halt! Stop right there!
Huh? Me?
Apollo, your bracelet's gone.
Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later.
Somehow I don't think that will be necessary. Just check your wrist right now.
The cat's out of the bag!
It was barely in the bag in the first place.
That was a pretty pathetic attempt.
Sorry! I'm so sorry! Just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me. I'm begging you.
Sheesh, I almost feel sorry for him now.
What should we do about him, Apollo?
Well, I got my bracelet back and he seems sorry enough, so...
I knew you'd understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. As big as a wad of cash in your wallet, I hope.
You leave my wallet out of this.
Hey! Didn't you just finish apologizing for stealing from us?
Run away, run away! Head for the hills!
Get back here, you!
Talk about a quick escape. Looks like he dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene, and here's one of the foyer.
He left his shoes behind, too.
Guy's the living definition of a bumbling thief.
Let's hang on to his shoes. We can give them back next time we see him. As for the diagrams, I say we keep them.
They look like something the police might draw. Wonder where the caretaker got them.
Yeah, I wonder.
Now then, as I recall, the Fox Chamber should be at the top of those stairs. Ugh.
Okay, well, let me look at these diagrams for just a second. Okay, so down the foyer. There's an air duct in here. I'm gonna assume that's probably going to become relevant at some point. There's a phone over down there. The Forbidden Chamber is, of course, behind the Fox Chamber. Okay. The foyer has a security camera with a line of sight. All right. Can it not turn at all? I would have to assume that it should be able to, but okay. And then there's the caretaker's office with the TV, with the stairs there. All right. Interesting.
Whoa! Where'd all these black feathers and weird tracks come from?
The popular opinion seems to be that they're from Tenmataro.
You mean the great evil has returned?
Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him.
Hey, who are...
Oh, wait, that's not Athena. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene.
Firesonic225 with the $5. I'll try to put your VA advice to good use and make some voice work that'll be just as great as yours, giving a bit of a change back as thanks. Enjoy. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Oh, okay.
I've seen, like, fan art of this guy. I don't know anything about him other than what he looks like, though.
And who are you? You with the police?
I asked first, who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought, I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing a crime scene.
Under arrest? But...
Save it for the boys back at HQ. Now come quietly or else. I don't want to be late for lunch.
Please, wait, we're Mayor Tenma's lawyers.
Well, why didn't you say so? So, you're the lawyers I heard about. I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious, though.
I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day.
Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust.
Oh boy, this guy's a story and a half. So, what can I do for ya? Alright, let's see. So, would it be okay if we had a look around?
Certainly not! No unauthorized personnel allowed!
Couldn't you make an exception?
Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here.
Zeke, with the $2, I heard there's a window in the air duct. Oh my god.
No. Ah, yikes! Is he reaching for his...
In justice we trust!
Phew, it's just his badge.
Shallow the Pretty with the $2, the way you say Lammy War physically attacked me. Sorry, I looked it up. I listened to it. I tried to pronounce it the way I heard it. At least I tried my best.
You may be Mayor Tenma's attorneys, but you still need authorization to cross a police line.
Apollo, let's see if we can't change his mind.
Good luck. Let me know how it goes. I bet he's as dense as heroes come.
Kai B with the $5. Time for my second favorite character in the game. Yeah, I kind of like this guy already, to be honest. He's very spunky. To Surreal Serial, some people look like they were designed to be voiced by Patrick Warburton. This is one of those people. I could definitely see it.
You're wasting your time and mine. Nobody's crossing this line without authorization. I'm a wall of justice keeping injustice, that would be you, at bay.
I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right? Justice and me, you say? That's right?
Are you trying to say that justice and I aren't enough to keep you out?
What?
No, silly, we're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice.
No! It can't be! You have him on the ropes now, Athena.
If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through?
Guarding the crime scene is a part of justice too!
Sure. But only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right?
Whose justice is the most just here? Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so...
Oh, Lady Justice, what would you have me do?
I think we really got to him.
Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go.
Our pleas for justice must have had a huge impact. It's tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around.
After all that about authorized personnel only. This was surprisingly easy.
Should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just?
Well, let's get to work. We're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right?
Right. A search of the crime scene should turn up some evidence we can use at the trial.
I4I-P with the $2. I'm so autistic for Mr. Fulbright, my little Blorbo. Picks him up like a plushie and drenches him in milk and throws him at the wall.
Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles.
You never know what's hiding just around the corner, right?
So, we move the cursor with, the stick. And change our perspective with, okay. There's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap.
Okay, let's leave no stone unturned.
What language is this, actually? Nos allons commencer? I probably did not get that right at all, but it's hard to look things up immediately whenever you're on stream. French, okay. Nous allons commencer. Oh, commencer.
Let's get started.
Alright, so we can actually, like... Oh, okay, that's interesting. We can, like, angle around. Interesting, interesting. Well, let's start simple.
So, this is where Alderman QB's body was found.
Apparently the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it.
That's not good.
Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here. Yikes! Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so in the name of justice, I must say goodbye.
What was all that about?
In French, S at the end of the word is 99% of the time silent. Oh, yeah, like Patty, yeah. That's interesting, okay. Okay, I guess I can't look at the seal. Maybe I have to get closer to it to look at it, but let's just look at the feathers for a second.
These weird tracks must have been made when someone stepped in the Alderman's blood.
Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing? They're pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird.
And it must be one big bird, and not of the friendly yellow type either. I get the reference.
Maybe it's a mutant bird creature.
So your theory is a giant mutant bird murdered Alderman QB with a spear.
It's more plausible than saying a monster or a yokai did it.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird is by definition a monster.
Okay.
There's something wedged under this chair. Let's see if we can lift it up and... Freeze! Yikes!
No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers.
He does have a point there.
Hey, Detective Fulbright, did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth.
And you waited till now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust.
That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more.
The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness.
Alright, let's get a closer look at this.
Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight. Looks like a large blood-stained cloth. The blood's probably the Alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. Wonder how it got here. And why does this seem important?
Well, probably because it's covered with blood, Apollo.
Look, this statue only has one tail.
Maybe it's the nine-tailed fox's sidekick.
I bet the number of tails represents a yokai's power. So, if you had two Apollo, I'd only have one?
Wait. What?
Not that it means you're better than me, got it?
Like I said, what?
Wow, this is a pricey looking chair.
Apparently the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it.
Really?
Yeah, when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings.
So he's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about? That stinks. Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him.
It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster.
Okay. So, it's this folding screen.
Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe I should go check the other side.
Okay, Apollo.
I'll check the door first.
The Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Tenmataro was imprisoned in there before his escape. Think we could get this door open?
Oh no, wait, that was Athena.
It's worth a try. No good. Shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless.
In justice we trust. Yikes! Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of the culture found in this manor, so we can't blow it up either.
So, an unopenable door. Right.
According to Miss Jinxie, Tenma was shut tight when she came across the crime scene.
Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful.
Forget I just said that!
So, the Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I'd better keep in mind.
Okay. Well, let's swing around and look at the screen.
It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for.
I read that the Japanese used to use these in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show.
You mean like my attorney's badge? Poor Athena.
That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. What's this? There's something behind the door.
Oh, shit, one of the statues is broke.
Whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. Probably broke when the door was opened. Why would anyone put something there?
Because it looks like it should at least be further out to coincide with the other one. So it was probably moved for some reason. Yeah, that wasn't very smart.
Maybe it was Jinxie. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and come running in here in a panic.
Well, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology too.
I am?
Wow, you really learn quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace attorney of Write Anything Agency.
I can't tell whether she's serious or not. No, if Trucy said something like that, I'd immediately know she was messing with me.
CDY123, I think you would make an amazing actor. Thank you. I've actually been in a couple of shows and games at this point. But I'm always looking to get more experience under my belt. I was actually in a game that just released the other day. If you look for it on my Twitter, it's called You Are What You Eat. I was in that.
This one's a spear, but what about this one? Looks like a giant pair of pliers.
Looks like it's something a demon might use. I saw something like that in a manga once.
Really? What are they used for?
Oh, things like pinching through cheeks,
Ew!
pulling out tongues.
Stop! Stop!
Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eyes.
Okay, I get the idea. But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that.
Demons eat canned food? I always wondered what they ate besides people.
Shows? Yeah, I was in the English dub for a show called Veneno on HBO Max. And I have been in some podcast shows as well. Null/Void is the name of a podcast show that I was in. I voiced a villain in that show. That was really fun and cool, and that show was great. You should listen to it. And I've also been in a variety comedy podcast called At the Tone, which has been on hiatus for a little while, but should be coming back within the year, hopefully. I voice a lot of characters in that.
Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum in there?
Unsteady and, restless.
That's a direct representation of your current state of mind.
Wait, that was some kind of psychological test?
My diagnosis? This strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool.
You're actually not that far off the mark.
Okay, so let's look at this statue, too.
Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind you of the manor's caretaker, Phineas Filch?
This raccoon-looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him.
I just got the best idea. We should knock it over. Might transform back into Mr. Filch.
Mr. Filch is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know.
Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo. Why don't we just break property for the hell of it?
What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Ten Mataro battling it out.
Yeah, be careful, Apollo. It's got blood on it.
Really? Hey, you're right. Wonder if it's the alderman's blood.
How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood?
Well, this isn't the first I've seen something like this, so...
You're no fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case.
I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor, too?
Well, let me take a look at that for a second. Well, I don't really got much other comment on it, but it does go kind of hard, to be honest. Okay.
Look, a cat with two tails.
No such thing.
Oh, and this lady has a really long neck. How funny is that?
There's no way a creature like that could ever exist. She'd have a tough time swallowing.
Apollo, I bet you were one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus.
What's that got to do with anything?
Are those the friends that Jinxie was talking about? She made friends with the statues?
Look, trophies. Ooh, this one was awarded to Alderman Cubey.
The Amazing Nine-Tail... Oh,
The Amazing Ninetales, Yokai Division winner. Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Tournament.
Yokai Division. I didn't know you could have a division of one.
Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. And I have the perfect name for you. The Mysterious Firebrand. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, demonic masked wrestler by night.
No one is gonna hire a masked lawyer, Athena.
Well, Apollo, about that... Apollo, about that...
Huh, that looks like an air vent. It's pretty high up there.
What if you got a running start and jumped?
I doubt even a high jumper could make it.
Don't rule it out before you try it. Besides, I'm an excellent jumper.
Even so, that must be about 9 feet high.
Like I said, you don't know until you try, Monsieur Justice.
She doesn't know when to give up and when to stop using foreign words.
The window. Okay.
Hey, the window opens.
Yeah, but was it locked at the time of the crime? Or does it lock?
And outside, we have ourselves this...
Oh, well, okay. There's a cliff right outside.
And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff.
The window only opens about 6 inches. Not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo. There's something caught in the window frame.
Looks like gold fur.
Oh, looks like gold fur. What a pretty color. Must be from some kind of animal.
Wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman Cubey have a pet fox?
Come on, Apollo. You have to know that this guy is the fucking wrestler, right?
Guess that about wraps it up. Now, if only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows.
Hey, Apollo. Do you hear something?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine.
What are you talking about?
A whooshing sound, like wind rushing through a narrow strait. And the echo of someone's voice.
In justice we trust! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air duct.
I heard it through the air ducts?
Yeah, check it out.
But why would she hear you through there?
Why don't we go to the diagram?
As you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that
Leads out into the hallway.
the wind must have rushed through there.
And carried my monologue with it straight to your ears.
And what a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through that air duct or something.
A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into. That much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt that there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you?
I guess you're right.
Speaking of things in this room, yeah? Can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright?
Not on my watch, buddy. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case.
Come on, throw us a bone here.
Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need.
I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard?
Well, how about this? Let's do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto? To serve and protect?
I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto.
Yes, of course. I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. In the name of justice!
We did it, Apollo!
Yeah, we did it all right, but I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Was it was it Miss Jinxie Tenma who first discovered the crime scene?
That's right. And this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door.
Miss Tenma had a key, allowing her to immediate access. A key? So then the Fox chamber was locked? Yes, and Miss Tenma had the only key to its door. Really? So Alderman Cubey didn't have a key to the Fox chamber? Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder.
Oh boy, we're getting master keys and regular room keys. This is just like my Umineko streams. Which you should catch up on and join if you're interested in mystery game streams. They're real fun. We have a good time. Shameless plug, shameless plug.
Disappeared. You think the killer took it?
It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Tenma's discovery that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you.
You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean.
I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help good little boys and girls.
Shameless rascal? Who even says that?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. Those feathers and tracks look like something a yokai might leave behind. You don't actually think the murderer was some kind of monster, do you?
What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it.
Our prime suspect would no doubt love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature.
Can Tenma whatchamacallit even be made a victim of slander?
I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman.
So the most likely scenario so far is that Tenma guy left the feathers and tracks behind, to make it look like the yokai Tenma was the killer.
Wait, what? Now I'm as confused as you. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect?
That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him sound like a villain. And he's really scary looking, too.
Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested?
Don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi.
Oh, is that so?
Yep. Other than the victim, the suspect and Miss Tenma, the only others around were Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide, and the two of them were together at the time.
Filch. The guy tried to steal my bracelet. Just living up to his name, I guess. We should go talk to him again when we have a chance. But what about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all?
She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would murder the alderman and pin the crime on her father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear?
True enough. That spear looks even bigger than her.
That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit, Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect.
I admit it looks bad, but I'm still not buying it.
Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor.
The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial?
That's the one. He's, how shall I put it? Not what you'd expect. That is, unless you've faced a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before.
Excuse me?
What the? Is this some kind of a joke?
Oh my god, Von Karma's back!
Can I ask why a man in prison for murder is serving as a prosecutor?
Because he's mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murder was the work of some strange creature. But yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney. Who better to prove this than a master of psychology? He's the best man for the job.
Does that track to you? Oh yeah, this guy is an expert in psychology. He's the best guy to prove that Bigfoot's not real. What? Huh?
But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane. Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so none of us are in a position to question the matter.
This really is the dark age of the law.
This prosecutor, he wouldn't happen to go by the name Blackwell, would he?
Bingo, Simon Blackwell. So you have heard of him.
You could say that.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackwell.
Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal?
Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect his crime had on things.
How so?
His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law.
What? And he of all people is gonna stand in court tomorrow?
Never fear. I myself will be there to protect you.
That's reassuring, I guess.
Well, you kids knock yourselves out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow.
Wait, Detective Fulbright. I've been meaning to ask you something.
Why are you barefoot? He's just walking out. He's just walking with them dogs out.
This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off.
Ah! I hadn't even noticed! Why am I barefoot?
You honestly hadn't noticed until just now? Wait a second. Those shoes we found earlier...
Oh my god.
Excuse me, Detective Fulbright? These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they?
Yes! Yes, they are! My favorite pair, in fact! Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice.
Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from a detective.
Stealing shoes right off of someone's feet. That's pretty amazing.
I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we've gotten all we can out of the detective, so let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is.
This is just awful. Terrible, I say. Somebody help!
Oh, look, it's Mr. What was it again? Finch?
No. The name's Filch. Phineas Filch.
Keep on pilfering and you may wind up a jailbird instead. So, what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch?
Oh, it's just terrible. Terrible, I tell you. Come quick.
Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Oh. Looks like some kind of mask.
It's the Amazing Ninetales mask.
The Amazing Ninetales? Oh, right, the wrestler who appeared during the festival special event. What's his mask doing here?
He'd never take off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him. What?
Who would do such a thing? Oh my god, guys! Guys, it's the same fucking murder! Guys!
Let's go talk over there in private.
Look, there's some white hair caught up inside this mask. Guys! So, what makes you believe that the Amazing Ninetales has been murdered?
You really want to know, huh? You're a studious one, ain't you?
Yes, I mean, no. I mean, just tell me, please.
Well, it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest for the champion's belt? What a team! Me and my bandit's mask, and you in that demon mask of yours.
Demon mask? Wonder if I can make it big.
Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial.
Huh? No, I wasn't actually... Why did I let him pull me off topic like that?
Come on, Apollo, ask him about the Amazing Ninetales murder already.
The Amazing Ninetales is our village's savior, and you don't you forget it. His trademark's a gold cape made to look like 9 foxtails. He whirls through the ring, smacking down Tenma Town wrestlers left and right. He sparked a monster craze, revitalizing Ninetales Vale in the blink of an eye. Yep, saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town.
Huh. The Amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing.
Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him.
Come to think of it, you look kind of monster-like yourself, Mr. Filch. Guess it makes sense, since you're from the same village as the Amazing Ninetales.
I know. A lot of people have told me I look like a yokai. Since when was that a compliment?
Ouch! What's the big idea? Check your pocket.
Hey, how did you do that?
Keep it. I got lots more. I could steal your wallet, and I could put a pipe bomb in your pocket, all without you noticing.
He just like walks out of the manor and like here's what's that beeping sound?
So, you keep saying that the Amazing Ninetales was killed. What's the story behind that? Are you saying he was murdered because his mask washed up along the river outside?
That's only part of it. The main reason is that no one's seen him since the special event. Word round Ninetales Vale is he was killed by Tenma Taro.
Where's the bat? Oh my god. Dude.
You villagers are really superstitious, aren't you?
Yeah, we are. We love conspiracy theories too, like the mayor's diabolical plot.
The mayor? Of Tenma Town? What is he plotting?
Rumor has it he's planning on releasing Tenma Taro. That's why he wants the merger. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control.
That's quite a tale.
Ain't finished yet. There was only one person who could stop the man. A hero. The amazing Ninetales. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenma and stop the municipal merger.
I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried.
Borklaser 9000 with the $5. Hello, Nezumi. I hope you're having a great stream. I can't make a huge bet this time, so let's say 10 now or 20 if done perfectly. I mean, I'm probably not going to be going through, like, the entire chapter in the stream or anything, but we can hold on to... I'm sure you'll remember, for however long we go. We'll just see for now how long we go, but... and... Hold on. Your name is cut off. I'm waiting for it to appear on this other screen. Caspian Price with the $10. Hello, Marcy. Just FYI, the DLC case takes place between this case and case 3, so if you want to get the best experience, it'd be best to play that case after this one. Okay, I will keep that in mind.
Apollo, we still have to ask him about the alderman's murder, remember?
Mr. Filch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder?
I was in the caretaker's office guarding the entrance like Mr. Cupid said I should. And I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work.
You must be talking about this small room in the upper right. It definitely looks like you can keep track of the comings and goings from there. And you have an alibi to back your statement up, Mr. Filch?
I do indeed. I was with Mayor Tenma's aide. Florent LaBelle's his name.
So, the two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, alright?
Firesonic225 with the $5. May have gotten a good batch of voice files to use. Thanks for having a fun stream to watch while I calm my nerves and settle my cords of steel. Nice! Best of luck, and again, definitely watch those cords of steel, though. Treat them well, treat them healthy. They will thank you later.
And nobody came in or out of the matter around the time of the murder?
Kept watch here the whole time. Didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, that their security camera would have spotted them.
So, no one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So, do you think this mask is the real deal?
Without a doubt, this here's a mask worn by the amazing Ninetales.
What about that white hair I found inside the mask?
Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene?
Could it have come from this mask?
Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing.
And this place is the mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Which means... What does this mean?
When will I be continuing Danganronpa Another? I want to very soon. It's just been difficult to schedule stuff because of like a bunch of real life stuff that I've had to be doing, so I have to kind of like figure out how to sort of like move my streams around because, you know, as you know, I'm kind of streaming like a few things at this point, and I can't do everything in 1 week because it's just too much for me to have to do in 1 week.
Which means, what does this mean? Someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the merger? No way. Could the amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be?
Something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face.
Oh, no, it's, nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here.
Anything else to... Okay, yeah, nothing else to talk about here. Okay. We have the badge. We have the badge. He didn't take it. Okay, so where is Jinxie? I'm gonna assume that maybe she's in the garden. No? Okay. Jinxie is not in the garden. Is she in Yokai Lane?
Oh, look. There's Jinxie.
Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and...
Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products.
a charm to make a better milkshake and another to cure my lactose intolerance.
Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. Jinxie, hey, it's me.
It's the demon lawyer!
Another warding charm.
Apollo? Who's she?
Oh, right. This is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene.
Oh, so she's the one who... hello. My name's Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at his trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you, too. Where's Trucy?
She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case.
Wait, how do I know you didn't... that you didn't gobble her up alive?
Relax, I didn't eat her up, and I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place.
Oh, poor little Trucy.
I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself.
She's quite an, interesting character, huh, Apollo?
Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened?
Not much. At least not yet.
But do you think Tenma Taro was the... But you do think Tenma Taro was the killer, right?
That yokai we saw at the
Oh, wait. That yokai we saw at the festival?
I don't know anything about that.
Huh? But you said Tenma Taro murdered the alderman. It's okay, Jinxie. You can tell me... Yikes! What was that for?
People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters.
Huh? What's gotten into her? So, if there are no monsters, you admit I'm human?
No, you're still a demon.
I give up.
Seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Tenma Taro for some reason.
But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai there in the Fox Chamber. Jinxie, about this charm.
That's...
You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Tenma Taro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right?
That's true, but...
If there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it will help your father, too.
Alright then.
Why do you think Tenma Taro is the killer?
I saw him with my own eyes. Tenma Taro was right there in the manor. He escaped his prison and ran right by me. What?
Jinxie, tell us everything you saw.
I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Tenma Taro. He was right around here. He was running right at me. I was paralyzed with fear, but there was no one around to help me. The foul beast raced right by me toward the foyer.
Toward the foyer?
Mr. Filch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at that time. That means they would have seen Tenma Taro too.
Sounds like we'd better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her.
Apollo? Remember the picture in this paper?
Someone caught Tenma Taro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Tenma Taro Jinxie says she saw. Don't be ridiculous.
Tenma Taro is the killer, and he can fly too.
Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So, no one knows the amazing Ninetales' true identity?
Mm-hmm. They say no one's ever seen him without his mask.
Doesn't that make you want to know even more?
Mm-hmm. That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponents are so popular.
I know a lot of people pronounce it foyer instead of foyer, but that one's never sounded right to me. Yeah, like, I've said it both ways, but for some reason, like, foyer just comes more naturally to me.
Wait, you mean expose as in strip them naked?
No, Apollo, we were literally just talking about masks, Apollo. What do you think she meant?
You even think like a demon. The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life or death battles for the wrestler.
That means that this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's got to be a story behind it.
No one can stop the amazing Ninetales.
But she'd be shocked to find out he's really the alderman. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime, anything else stand out?
Normal gay bro. We're just going on vibes since this is a blind playthrough. Like, once I get to a point where I feel like I've, like, you know, had enough for the day is about when I'll stop, I guess.
Anything else stand out?
Actually, I heard this strange jangly sound.
A jangly sound? Can you be a little more specific?
My memory is kind of fuzzy, but I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what I was making the strange sound.
Oh, okay. Like, yeah, with, like, the rings around it. Like, the sort of, like, ceremonial staff kind of thing.
I see. Does Tenmataro usually carry around a staff?
Good question. I've never heard anything like that, and it's not shown on the scroll.
How about in other documents? Any of them show Tenmataro with a staff?
This is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever cursed.
Then what's the deal with the Tenmataro you saw, Jinxie? Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier?
Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell.
Oh, gee. I wonder if that guy is the fucking guy in the intro who literally stabbed the victim.
Mr. LaBelle?
Papa's aide.
Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. And what exactly did he tell you?
Keep the village superstitions in mind. Before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime.
Village superstitions?
They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul.
Oh, that's just some straight up manipulation, ain't it? He's taking advantage of the fact that she's superstitious and young and scared. That sucks.
And that's something everyone here knows? Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me.
Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. But I didn't because I'm not from around here.
Hey, come to think of it. Why is everyone hiding their faces?
Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that! Lower your eyes!
He'll steal your soul if you're not careful.
Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? The guy at the special event thing said almost the exact same thing.
Apollo, do you think this LaBelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro?
I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Ninetales Vale.
Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking?
Good question. I think we'd better go have a word with him.
Time to unmask this monster of a mystery. The last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. Bueno. Next stop, the Manor foyer. With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us.
God, those words just strung together in my mind and became very confusing for a second. The minion foyer. No, no. Apollo opens the door and the manor is flooded with minions.
There's no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle.
Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Somebody left something on the sill of the caretaker's office window. Oh, it's a TV program guide.
Tenma Town Pro Wrestling, Howlin' Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire, blow-by-blow commentary by Timothy Twilight. Really? Really? The fucking Twilight reference? Really? Okay.
Looks like someone circled a pro wrestling match.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
It's a,
Oh, Mr. Filch, what can we do for you? But she was going to scream monster which really isn't much of a stretch.
Habaki Gaming with the $5. Here at work on my break, AI told me that foyer is a great word to mispronounce. Enjoy the great Ace Attorney playthrough, Marcy. Thank you, AI. Yeah, I usually just, like, look up those pronunciation guides on YouTube. It's a great word to mispronounce. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't, like, misreading that and you meant, like, somebody named Al.
Ain't nothing I need you to do for me, but what business do you got with my TV listings?
Oh, no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today?
Yep, 'twas a match between a couple of rank amateurs, so it was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that.
I seriously doubt that. Almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Tenmataro or something like that?
Huh? Tenmataro?
So you did see him?
My, how clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I bet you shine it up every day real purty-like. Ladies must love it.
Don't change the subject. And FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro flee toward the foyer. So you must have seen him too if you were here.
Yipes!
Wow, I really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not?
Oh.
That is quite enough. I must ask that you not pester my friend anymore.
Yipes! Forgive me for being pestered, sir.
And you are?
I am Florent Lebel. Beau Divine and personal aid to Mayor Damien Tenma.
Beau Divine. More like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters.
Oh, excuse you.
What the heck was that for?
I was just a little cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of cosmetics called Je suis Lebel. Oh, what a heavenly scent.
I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors.
I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know, that is brand number 5. Bonjour. It's my way of introducing myself. Enjoy.
Where's my bottle of adieu so I can return the favor? Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro.
Oh, the second S in Je suis. Je suis. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Why, that little...
So, she told you she saw the demon, did she?
Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village superstitions?
Oh, please. I was merely trying to keep with traditions. Nevertheless, I will say this. I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tenmataro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do. That much is true. He is one scary monster.
That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real?
Well, you're real and you sure do look like a monster.
Look who's talking! So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see...
Little Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas?
That's right. I didn't see nothing. Especially not Tenmataro.
As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely see you.
I've got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Could I ask you what you were doing at the time of the crime?
In other words, you'd like to hear my alibi.
Oh my god, you're right. Blink of a Storm, he is like Helmeppo.
To think you'd suspect me of all people.
Oh, no, it's just a formality. We asked. Oh my!
How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight.
That spritz really helped.
What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Filchy, answer the question.
At the time of the crime, we were, in this here foyer.
Exactly. Good answer, Filchy. Good answer.
Just repeating what you told.
Ah! You've said quite enough.
What is with these 2? Great, now he's got me talking like that.
Are we quite through here? I'm a very busy man, you know.
Right. Well, thanks for your help. So, these 2 were in the foyer but didn't see Tenmataro.
Come along, Filchy.
Where were we going? Oh, right. Gotta practice some statements for tomorrow. Eyes! My eyes!
You're going to dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday.
What does he mean, practice statements?
Now, if you would, excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup.
Apollo, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. LaBelle seems unusually preoccupied with Tenmataro.
Really? How could you tell?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from the tone of their voice.
You mean you have good ears?
Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice, and my ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason.
That's an interesting skill. But what do you mean he's preoccupied with Tenmataro?
I'm not exactly sure, but it's like he was obsessed with the thought of Tenmataro. That's what I picked up from his voice anyway.
Everywhere we turn, it's Tenmataro this, Tenmataro that.
We should go talk to the mayor, too.
Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tenmataro.
Something wrong, Apollo? Where'd your enthusiasm go?
What am I doing asking the mayor if he's ever thought about releasing Tenmataro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst...
Oh, he's here. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma. Taro?
Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you, too. Glad he didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name.
Apollo? He's just as kind and gentle looking as I'd imagined.
Lucky for you, after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There are rumors going around about how you want to, or did, set Tenmataro free.
What utter nonsense! Yikes! They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you.
A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he?
What he really needs to work on are his people skills. So, rumor has it that you want to push the merger through in order to release Tenmataro. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Yeah, sorry if I offended you.
So that's the talk around town, is it?
I can see how that would make you angry.
What if Jinx's school might start teasing her about this? Huh? I must break out of here at once. Her tormentors must be taught a lesson.
No, wait, first we have to get you a not guilty verdict.
Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter. Hold tight, sweet Jinxie. Daddy's coming to save you!
Relax, we'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free.
Is that so? You don't need me to. Go straighten things out myself.
Oh boy. They'd probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at her school. Oh, right. I ought to ask about the reason behind the merger. It seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Veiled that badly?
Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism.
Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling?
Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary.
I knew it. My bracelet is reacting.
What is it, Apollo?
Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth.
Really? How can you tell?
People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet here comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense, because it begins to feel tight on my arm.
No way! You can do that?
Wait, so you believe me? Just like that?
Sure. Each of us have our own special gifts.
Oh yeah, Athena has a gift too, her special sense of hearing.
Still, what do you think the mayor is lying about?
I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. First, I touch my bracelet. Right. Now let's give it a whirl.
Alright.
Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch, slightest frown that no one else can see. Now, Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in that statement he just made. And when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area.
Okay. Oh, hey.
Alright, I've got him now. His nervous tell should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I've got to pore over every word he says and wait for it to appear. And when it does, I'll perceive it.
Gotcha!
Mr. Mayor, please, you can trust us with the truth.
The truth? I don't understand.
When you mentioned tourism, the bottom of your right eye started twitching. Could this perhaps be moon tourism that you're referring to? Sorry. If you want to get that joke, you have to watch the most recent Umineko stream. Hey, there's some inspiration for you to be in on the bits.
What nonsense is this? So what if it did?
Please, tell us more about your merger bit.
What more is there to tell?
Why were you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Veil?
I already told you, tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize.
You really don't trust us, do you?
What are you talking about? The village here has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, has it not?
I think you've yet to realize what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Veil, so you felt it would be an attractive prize for its tourism. But that would contradict this. Would it be...
Would it be that?
Take that!
The monster craze in Ninetales Veil is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
The village was practically a ghost town before then.
Our Habaki came in with the $2. Toon Morism. I don't know about that. Mayor Tenma's voice does sound like Kraus. He would do a moon tours. Oh no. Can somebody do an outfit swap of these?
So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it as an attractive prize for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale, huh?
Well,
I liked the perceived background in A4 a little bit better than this one too.
Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the merger in the first place. But I had no choice. If I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Protect her from what? I received a threat. It said either I go through with the merger, or my Jinxie dies.
What?
How awful! Who would do such a thing?
I don't know. But whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder.
Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same? Alderman QB was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the merger at all costs had all the motive in the world.
But why go from blackmail to murder? Kirby Superstar 44 with the $5. Hey Mercy, sadly I can't watch the stream in full, so I'll have to catch it later on. Have fun with the case and happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, thank you so much. The merger protests won't just disappear because the alderman was killed.
Could it be? What if there was another reason for the murder?
Like what?
Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity, and his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's merger scheme.
But... I'm sorry, but... How can you not know what his identity is? It's so fucking obvious. It's so obvious. Oh my god. This is like if this is like if they did a murder case arc in One Piece and everybody's like there was a guy with the long nose there who called himself Shoga King. But we can't, there's nobody else that this could possibly be here. Oh, hey, Usopp, what's up? Like, come on! What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo?
I have evidence revealing the Alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it.
Okay. Well then... Would it be... Like, because we don't have the individual hair thing, I don't think, so... I guess would it just be the mask?
Mir Tenma, please take a look at this, if you would.
That's the amazing Ninetales mask. What is the meaning of this?
This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. And there was some white hair inside. White hair, you say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day.
What are you saying?
You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex QB, the amazing Ninetales himself.
I mean, his name is literally QB. His name is literally fucking QB. No way.
The Alderman was impossible.
Wait, come to think of it, Alderman QB was a former pro wrestler. Yes! So the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the Alderman's secret identity.
Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Ninetales was a threat to the blackmailer's scheme. He opposed the merger and as a result single-handedly sparked the monster craze. Even so...
Oh wait, even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene?
There had been an event at the manor. And maybe Alderman QB had taken part in it, if you get my drift.
This is absurd.
Mr. Mayor, do you not have proof of the threat that was made against you? Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I'd been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it suddenly vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Tenma, visiting hours are over. It would appear that this meeting is adjourned.
Apollo, do you really think the Tenmataro that Jinxie saw is the killer?
I don't know. All I know is that there's no such thing as monsters.
What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely freed Tenmataro to do their dirty work?
Oh, come on! There wasn't any Tenmataro to release in the first place.
Yes, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and a yokai.
We'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. I can already see that look of disbelief on the judge's face.
Apollo, are you alright?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll think of something. I better, because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow is going to be one doozy of a trial.
Huh. Well, yeah, the secret identity thing is a little silly, but so far I'm kind of liking this. I like the vibes of this. I like the characters a lot. I like the setting a lot. I'm enjoying it so far. We'll see how I feel by the time we get to the end of it, but I'm enjoying it. Luke Razor with the $10. Silly detail. When Apollo or Athena are facing you directly, they often do this awkward little reset motion when they need to change faces without changing pose. You'll notice when you look for it. Oh, okay. Interesting. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Thank you.
You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here.
I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all.
Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena!
Didn't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices?
I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters.
By scaring the daylights out of me?
No, I find that shouting, "I'm fine!" in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my Chords of Steel voice workout. A must before every trial.
You want me to shout? Here?
That's right. Here, I'll go first, then you try. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine!
Alright, I'm Athena Sykes! And I'm fine! Huh. I think that actually worked.
Thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time.
I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it.
Hey.
Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse?
The point's to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. What's with all the rackets, you two? Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? That's huge news. But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But wow. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. So, he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. I knew it was gonna be bad news.
It's probably just hyperbole.
At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours on attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes! Better tone down my Chords of Steel too. So, are you all ready? Might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks.
Okay, let's do this.
The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client. Seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice!
Oh my god, it's been so long. It took you like 2 hours to get here. I'm usually used to it taking like 30 minutes or something. Let's hope you don't talk for that long. Jesus, I gotta go somewhere after this. Anyway, court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma.
Apollo Justice, defense team leader is ready, Your Honor.
I'd know that big booming voice anywhere. As chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you?
I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner and fresh out of law school.
Well now, full of beans too, eh? What? Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now, for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution's not ready yet. Can someone get him? Did he eat too many beans too? Is he having an upset stomach? Okay, we'll wait for him for a minute.
Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak.
Prison? Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot that he is currently serving time.
Team Transman with the $20. Hope you're enjoying the game. If you like the Ace Attorney games, you might like this fun, silly Japanese series called Danganronpa. All jokes aside, your content is great. Keep it up in whatever form you feel like. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I may have heard of that series before. I don't know. Sounds interesting. Oh. There he is.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate.
Yo, his fucking, like, Itachi Uchiha mindscape. God damn, dude.
But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
I don't know if that's true. Oh boy, oh boy. People are saying make him British. Chat, can you confirm? Do I have to do this? Do I have to make him British? He's British? Alright. Okay. We'll try it out.
Who is that with his back to us over there?
That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell.
Is the prosecution ready?
Enough jabbering. Get on with it already.
Of course. Forgive me.
Why are all the people related to this case so scary?
Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you please. What's the matter?
Kai B with the $5. Time for my actual favorite character from this game and my second favorite prosecutor in the series behind Edgeworth. Ooh, okay, interesting. Looking forward to seeing more of this guy.
Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It's all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless.
Pointless?
Well, looks like the cat, or in this case the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue.
But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand.
Well then, your baldness, if it's so very important, why don't you do the honors? Who? Me? There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool.
Huh? Wait, was that the prosecutor's opening statement?
Or dotards such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren? All these years I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace.
What? You actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about.
The opening statement. Huh. Okay, let me just get this my desk. Look at the details. Oh, sorry, there's a latch on my notebook. Okay. These pages are blank. I'll just make it up. Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cuby, alderman of Nine Tails Vale, and the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder. And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive. Also, she is 15. So, I'm going to assume that would also pose a bit of a problem.
Hi, Don. Glad you could make it.
So, in a nutshell, I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible. Bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head. Ho, ho, ho! Flattery will get you everywhere.
He's playing Simon Says with the judge.
Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I'm the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here.
I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that. It would seem that I've been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what?
Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, and even old Blackwell here. Oh! Fulbright. Save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. That's the spirit. Justice must be so swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you.
Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright.
Well, you know what they say. Ignorance is bliss.
Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious.
Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright.
You got it! But first I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail!
About the murder.
Alderman Cuby was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab, but the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back.
Alderman Cuby had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug?
That's right. The accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it.
Okay, caused with stab with the spear, estimated time of death around 3:20. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. Okay.
And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear? That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible?
Well, he was a former pro wrestler, after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
No, not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear?
Never heard of the incredible feats which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink.
I dunno. Still sounds a little far-fetched.
Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade.
I didn't sign up for this!
And so your life is spared. For now.
Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest.
The accused prints were on that weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence. Wouldn't you agree, your boldness?
The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute. He has the judge leaning toward a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun.
What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tenma Taro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he's raving mad, and more than capable of murdering the alderman.
That mayor is a strange one, all right. I heard he went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. I heard that when he makes sandwiches, he makes evil sandwiches.
Order! There will be no gossiping in my court! But if somebody could please explain to me how to make an evil sandwich so I can avoid those ingredients in the future, that would be nice. Your boldness, please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenma Taro. Then again... perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold! The lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment.
The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement. I think.
Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they?
The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud.
Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Phew. Thanks for that lifeline, Athena.
Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives.
This guy really is bad news. In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker?
None other than this statue right here.
It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and on the other, Tenma Taro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay, so let's see. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear. They've been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon.
Hold it!
It doesn't make sense if you think about it. Prince could be easily wiped off.
You do have a point there.
I'd venture to say he did not wipe off the prince because he could not. What do you mean?
Looks like he wants you to figure it out. Well, don't just stand there. Show him who's boss. Casper Burnett with the $5. Some money for Apollo's top surgery fund. One FTM to another. Felt so validated that you also feel his trans vibes. I mean, look, I just call it where I sees it. But thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm totally lost, so why don't you just tell me the answer already?
I don't think he saw that plea for help.
You feeling alright, kid? Running a fever, perhaps?
I wish trials came with a reset button. Well, the specifics may yet come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright.
At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested.
Okay. Do I want to press on that? Yeah, sure, why not? Get a little bit more detail from that.
Come to think of it, a coffee cup was found on the floor. Was the sedative in his coffee?
Bingo! We found traces of a sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup.
And that is why he was out cold. That is, until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mare. What an awful way to wake up. A rather stimulating eye-opener, if you ask me. I too would have risen to the attack, for to die in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits, fallen heroes, but that hole in his stomach would make eating a challenge.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please! Those morbid jokes of yours have no place in court!
That's the jester in detective's guise.
Moving right along.
Blackwell with the $5. It's been so long since I've thought about the Apollo trilogy, but seeing you play reminded me of Fulbright and Blackwell, aka my best friends ever. Yeah, I like both of them a lot so far, actually. I mean, obviously the idea of a convicted murderer being a prosecutor is so over the top, but at the same time, I like his character. Attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. There's not really much to press there. The sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Okay.
Hold it!
Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear?
Absolutely! After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged, then speared, was answered with a righteous counterattack!
But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman?
Absolutely! After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need.
Objection!
You need to lay off the comic books, Detective. We're talking about real life here.
Yeah, real life, where, convicted murderers can be called as prosecutors in a case. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Sparrow one with the Canadian $5. I've listened to the trilogy retrospectives at least a dozen times now. Here's a tip for the autism fuel before I rewind to the stream to watch what I missed. Thank you so much, really appreciate it.
Setting aside the half-wits flights of fancy, the fact is this. The court-ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering. So he found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh?
Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident.
No, he only thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes into it. That part about the alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole waiting to be poked.
Okay, so if that's the one, because okay, let's look at this here for a second. The weapon to use to bludgeon the mayor. The mayor's blood was found on it, but no prints could be lifted. Okay. Let's look at the crime scene for a second. Yeah, I guess like because yeah, he's not wearing any gloves or anything, so it is weird that there are no prints on it. I don't know if that's exactly what we need to present about, but that's the only thing I can really think of at the moment, so let me just go ahead and save. Let's give that a shot. Because, yeah, that is strange to me.
Objection!
Okay, the music stopped.
Did the alderman really strike the mayor?
What? Are you questioning my sense of justice?
Mm-hmm. Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him.
Scrumbly with the $2. Big fan of Fulbright. Loved his appearance in Spirit of Justice. Are you? I don't know what character appears in what game, but are you messing with me? I loved Bobby Fulbright's cameo in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. No, I don't know.
But the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well. Let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective's statue theory.
There are no fingerprints.
There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he's quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you?
Ah! This can't be happening! Did I arrest the wrong man?
Ooh, this remix is great.
You did it, Apollo! You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse.
Well, it's just 1 point in our favor.
Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman?
Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor.
Well, yeah, I would think that goes without saying.
You mean there was a third party there in the Fox Chamber?
Exactly. And this could be the big break that we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackquill, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks.
Bork Laser 9000 with the $2. Change the bet to 5 now or 10 if day 1 is perfect? Yeah, sure. Let's go for it. Or 10 if the day is perfect, I mean, rather.
It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackquill. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackquill. There's a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at? Hone your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Now let's see. How was that cloth used? Was it used...
I see. Well... yeah, in that case...
Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Precisely. Bully for you, boy. It was nothing.
Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution.
I did? I did! Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves that there are no holes in that theory of the alderman striking back. Oops. Now do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. To get back on track, because that chef sounds really based, but, I'm not gonna continue that. I was kinda attached to that hole. Now what?
Apollo, you wanna rephrase that?
Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it?
Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with a statue? Please, illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady.
There's only one answer. The real killer!
Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you?
Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right.
Athena, are you sure about this?
To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue.
Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed that alderman?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left.
Sorry. Guess I got carried away.
Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Sorry, Your Honor. It's just, this kid's still, well, a kid.
Ouch. You meanie! I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright.
So, is the court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. And, why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch! This I am not reporting to Mr. Wright. Boy, Fulbright, explain to his baldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks. What? You mean you can explain all that?
Our investigative prowess is without equal!
I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks.
Oh my god, get this text off of me! That was scary! This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Nine Tails helped embolden the protesters, so he stoked the village's fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer.
Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears?
Absolutely. He knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds.
Those feathers only gave way to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tenmataro, that is. Who? Tenmataro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon, and thus they were blinded to other more plausible explanations. Hold on for 1 second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor, and as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Dullet. You're playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murder to be the work of the real Tenmataro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection!
The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright. Right. It was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy.
The Amazing Nine Tails was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice.
But do the people of Nine Tails Vale really believe a yokai is behind the crime?
Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so. A particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey?
That's like, dude. That's actually a pretty like funny like cute bit of characterization. He's so edgy, and he's like he listened to that guy say that, and he was like, yeah, I mean, that dude had it so tough. Blackwell with the $5. Random fun fact, anytime Blackwell mentions speaking to an inmate, it is a subtle reference to past culprits in the previous games. Shockingly a social guy. Really? Is it? I didn't think about that. Huh. Oh, wait, what? Is he talking about... Huh. Interesting.
Yes, well... Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination.
This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the Amazing Nine Tails helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer.
Okay, so let's look at our evidence for a second. So, there's this ward, flower. Okay, but yeah, what's going on with this though? Crime scene diagram, FOIA diagram, statue, crime photo. there's Jinxie's statement where she says that she saw it. After leaving the scene and calling the police, they passed each other at a bend in the hall as he made for the foyer. He was carrying a staff-like implement that jingled. She could not... Okay, yeah. So, I mean, like, this definitely is... I feel like this is definitely contradictory, because she left the crime scene where she saw both of them passed out. Or, well, I mean, obviously, the victim was dead, but I mean, like, but her dad was there, passed out, right? So, if she left and then she saw Tenmataro after that, then, you know, right? Like, they would have both existed at the same time in that instance. The time of death was, 3:20. And yeah, this was after she discovered the body. But yeah, before we get hasty, let's press on these statements a little bit.
You have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it all in the mayor.
We're going to need to prove that the Mayor Tenma didn't plant that yokai stuff.
How are we supposed to do that?
Okay, so let's see.
Detective Fulbright, is the anti-merger movement really that strong?
Oh, absolutely! They parade around in yokai costumes shouting, "Down with Mayor Tenma!" And just the other day, they stormed Tenma City Hall, claiming it was a den of vipers!
But when the accused showed his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon the autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenmataro, the Dark Lord of their kind.
Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenmataro? I'm confused.
I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easy to get the wrong impression about the guy. Detective Fulbright, why do you suppose the defendant would commit such an act?
Tenma panicked, and the Amazing Ninetales helped him the protesters.
The Amazing Ninetales, and no one knows his true identity, right? That's right. And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation.
He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one Tenma Town wrestler after another.
And before anyone knew it,
he was champion!
Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Town Pro Wrestling.
He was amazing! If there was ever such a real... If ever there was a real superhero, it would be him. I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday.
I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler.
He can even team up with Prosecutor Blackwell.
A police detective and a prisoner in chains? You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would.
So, you do understand the greatness that is the Amazing Ninetales.
So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. Did the murder and yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fears?
Absolutely! It had an immediate effect. The presumed return of the dreaded Tenmataro had them shaking in their boots.
Oh my, is it really that bad? That superstitious lot. It's as if Jack the Ripper had been set loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus.
I see. That's a very persuasive argument. The mere thought of His Honor buying into Simon the Psycho Slasher's words makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right about now.
Apollo, be nice. Don't say that.
So you see, there can only be one reason why anyone would plant those feathers in tracks. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer, okay?
But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder?
What do you mean?
You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman Cuby? Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So, Your Honor agrees that there was no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment.
You're saying it wasn't premeditated?
From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery.
A startling discovery?
Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman QB's secret identity.
Apollo, I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder?
This is not good.
This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene.
Oh my, but why would it have been there?
The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more?
Well, could it really be?
Your boldness has had an epiphany, I see.
Our victim, Rex QB, was the amazing Ninetales.
And the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder.
No! Order! Order! What a shocking development! A motive clearer than crystal clear.
What do we do now, Apollo?
I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder.
At last we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest? Your boldness?
I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona. And, I mean, his persona index wasn't even complete. That's a real shame. Persona 3 and 4 are full of so many persona combinations that you can get. Okay.
This joke is canceled.
Just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement.
Very astute of you, your boldness.
Right. Now take a look at this.
Ah, yes, here we go.
If you value your dearest's life, you will merge Ninetales Vale with Tenma Town. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket. What?
At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital, and that letter is clear evidence that the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life.
Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the Alderman's murder?
You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the Alderman's pocket?
It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened.
Talk about being up the creek without a paddle.
Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he'd just left after planting the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales.
So it was the amazing Ninetales counterattack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks.
Okay, but hold on. Hold up. I'm gonna press this first, but there's a problem with that.
So let me get this straight. You believe the mayor planted the yokai evidence before the murder, not after?
Absolutely. And then he was knocked out cold by the alderman's last punch. He wouldn't have had a chance to plant the evidence after that.
Something's not right here. Hard to believe that a stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt.
Okay, yeah, that's just the stuff that we... Okay, yeah, so... killed the sleeping alderman after playing the feathers and tracks. Okay, but yeah, you can't exactly make bloody bird footprints before the murder if there's no blood on the ground.
Objection!
Bro?
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair.
What's this? You dare question my justice again?
Yes, and I'm gonna prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This, is the crime scene photo, and just what does this prove? It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted.
But I already told you they were planted before the murder! The defendant planted the yokai evidence that was knocked out and then was knocked out while killing his victim.
But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene.
I mean, yeah. I would imagine that. I mean, the blood. I don't know whether or not I should point at the track or just the blood in general, but. I'm like thinking of the bet. I don't want to get it wrong. I know that obviously it's the blood, but let's try the footprint.
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes. See how the feathers are on top of the blood, and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder.
Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman.
But you said it yourself. The mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene.
There must be some kind of mistake!
Okay, got it.
Order! Order! Oh, my arm is animated. Oh, that's new. I can move my arm. I can hit things. Oh, my desk is dented now. I'm gonna. Okay, well, I'm just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Nobody saw that here, right? Okay. We're just gonna pretend that was there when I got here this morning. Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you?
Evidence? No, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you.
You do? But how? My thoughts, Mr. Justice, we would just have baked.
His fucking fingers.
Oh, what's just a little guy?
He's taking this really hard.
Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness Jinxie Tenma saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks! Sorry, I thought I had somebody stupid for a second. Must have been my imagination. Will somebody please say something? The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means.
You dare to mock this court and justice itself? You are unfit to bear your name, boy!
Your boldness. It appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion.
Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court.
What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please, hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice. I'm All ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. That she saw Tenma Taro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What?
How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard anything about this before?
The defense just proved there was someone else.
So the mayor isn't the killer?
Was it all a setup? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all.
Apollo! The momentum has shifted in our favor!
Good. Now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying that there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him. Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it. Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time, but they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? That yokai, rather. Got it. Why didn't those two see the Tenma Taro impersonator pass by?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because they're incredibly suspicious and lying.
Why don't we ask them ourselves?
I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was.
The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something.
I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell? I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby.
I knew that Tanuki was a rare find, but when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up as a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No, wait, I don't want to know.
Very well, then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand.
Looking around.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation, please, and stop looking at my gavel. It's my gavel. You can't have it.
My name's Filch. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Are you crying? No. I just love that gavel. Okay. Oh, and, this is for you, your lordship. A little something I thought you might like.
Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. Your Honor will be just fine, Mr. Filch. Feeling better already. Thank you. Wait. Why am I barefoot?
It's those shoes again.
Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright?
Don't tell me Filch stole them again.
They're all yours, Your Honorship, sir.
What? Don't they seem awfully expensive?
Yep, though expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for somebody like Your Honorship.
Oh, it's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts.
Aw, ethics, smetics. Just take them if you want them. Polished them up real nice for you, too.
I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. And, maybe sometime we can go to Outback and chill or something. I love the bloomin' onion. How about you?
I've never been to Outback.
Okay, in that case, we can't hang out. We can't be friends. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenma Taro in the foyer after the murder. was covering my face. I couldn't see anything for a second. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office, keeping a good watch when the murder happened, around, after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. No siree!
That yokai you kept jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams.
So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Tenmataro?
Yep. Was good the whole time. That's the truth. The holy truth and nutter butter the truth. And Tenmataro? Pah! You don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo-jumbo, do you? I certainly don't.
My bracelet. It's... Oh my god, it looks like the Omnitrix. That's awesome. Wait, sorry. Gotta focus.
Something the matter, Apollo?
My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm.
Really? So, you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch has been lying to us?
I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell. Some sort of nervous habit.
Junebob and Marcy's like 26. I am 27, thank you.
What is a hawk doing in here?
Can't reach him. Fuck.
Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. Not the one from Danganronpa. And don't ask me why I know that name. He seems to have taken a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you, in jail. He doesn't live with you, in jail. Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud, and that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard.
Excuse me. You can't out him like that. He hasn't said anything publicly yet, Simon.
This isn't some sort of trick or... Ah! Won't be able to spot squat like this!
What the heck is going on around here? Run for the hills!
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom.
Ah! Somebody help!
Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. Won't harm you, save when truly famished. I believe he thinks that your head is some sort of egg.
In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. I am staying very still so that he does not see me. That's how that works, right? They're like T-Rexes?
Normal Gabriel with the $2. Your Apollo sounds like Sonic in my opinion. I can't unhear it. Oh, well, Sonic is... I would say that if I were trying to do a Sonic voice, it would be kind of closer to how I do Phoenix, really.
You kind of have to bring Sonic up a little bit, I mean, he's still kind of down here a little bit, but you gotta give him a little bit more pizzazz.
Whereas Apollo is just...
Oh, I'm tired. I'm very, very fucking tired.
But,
It looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way.
We'll be fine, I think. If there was someone dressed as Tenmataro there, Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now.
Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay. Time of the murder, was on guard in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked.
Hold it!
Mr. Filch, why did Alderman QB have to handle guard duty?
Oh, have you handle guard duty?
'Cause he trusts me. I am the manor's caretaker, after all. So, you took said guard duty seriously.
Let me tell you something about me. I'm,
Yipes!
Listen here, you little tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, and naught else.
Yes, of course, sir.
Right away, sir.
Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb.
Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest.
Hold it!
So, no one could get to him. Sounds like security was pretty tight.
It's 'cause there's always lots of snakes and thieves around festival time.
And the solution was to entrust the manor's security to a thief? That's not even funny.
Maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one. After all, it takes one to know one.
I don't know, seems more like letting the fox guard the henhouse to me.
So, the witness testifies that he took his guard duties seriously.
Yes, sir, your honorship, sir. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m.
Okay. Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time?
Poor old Filchy. Been working hard my whole life. Only to be smeared by some greenhorn in his fancy smancy suit and silly haircut. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. Didn't mean to get off subject there.
Sheesh. Blackwell didn't even say anything.
To answer your question, yes, I kept an eye, no, both of them, in fact, on the foyer. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. No sirree.
Hold it!
Could you describe to the court who you would consider fishy looking?
Someone all fidgety and shifty like. You know, like they're about to steal something.
He just described himself.
I wonder why Mr. Filch didn't see Tenmataro.
Maybe Jinxie only thinks she saw Tenmataro, or
Maybe Mr. Filch is lying.
and if he's lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony.
Okay. So we can't really wring anything extra out of him, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Okay. So, I don't know though. I feel like just presenting Jinxie's statement isn't going to cut it here because we've already talked about it, right? Wait. It did say after 3 p.m. Because... Yeah, I mean, was he really watching if he was watching TV? Let's try that.
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch.
Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that.
Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss.
Ah! I didn't watch that one, no sirree! I was doing my job just like I was supposed to!
This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right?
Yipes!
Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, do you admit to slacking off?
You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk! I'm one of them professional types too! I can double duty, watching TV and the foyer at the same time!
The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief.
Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe that the witness was slacking off?
That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV in the foyer at the same time. But that's nothing but a bald-faced lie.
Bald, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it.
Okay. Well... It's probably that, I would imagine. Yeah. Yeah. I'm overthinking, like, I was thinking, like, oh, but where's his camera equipment and stuff like that. I'm overthinking it.
Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I'd think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time.
Why, yes. Someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance.
Exactly. And that means Mr. Filch. You were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim.
Yikes! The cat's out of the bag. The bag's out of the cat. I mean the other way around. Order! 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 But, Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case?
It's very relevant, because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tenmataro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
What now?
Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered.
What are you talking about?
This? I'm not a mind reader.
Ah!
Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki?
They were. I mean, yes. Yes, they were.
But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't?
My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon.
So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by?
Yep, my ears were working full time, so who's the liar now, you no good shyster?
A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career.
Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackquill, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing, and them bags under your eyes are darker than mine.
Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Tarka's particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu.
Yipes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly.
It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky, squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So, you see, there weren't no Tenmataro in the foyer.
Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that, our entire world would be but upside down. Says the convict prosecutor, who's totally a sign of the end times for this legal world.
And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd nab them and sell them to the zoo.
I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things.
That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns.
But if we can't prove she saw Tenmataro, the mayor is sure to be convicted.
Then we'd better hope my guns fire bullets and not BBs.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Okay, let's see. It's true I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime.
You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you?
Oh, that ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right?
Listen to me, you little tanuki. Lie again, and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours.
Yipes! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue.
At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case. You were negligent in your duties, were you not?
Yes, sir. I was, sir. But it ain't like that. The floor there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by.
Okay. So, you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch?
As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle.
Jingle jangle? How does he do that?
It's that staff is. That's what jingle jangles.
What's he talking about, Apollo?
Beats me, but I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noise.
Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Tenmataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound.
I guess that's the source of the noise then.
Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says that Tenmataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information?
Yes, I would.
Extremely vital. I requested it be added to his testimony.
If Tenmataro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle.
Okay, so I don't know if I should present Jinxie's testimony here, or if I should present the picture of him without the, like, clearly without a staff. But I'm thinking that, because yeah, this says the sole document showing what Tenmataro looks like. So.
Tenmataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm gonna say that your story doesn't add up.
Is there something the defense would like to share with the court?
Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff?
Huh?
You see, the Tenmataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hand, and she describes its sound just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound.
Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff. Not normally.
What are you talking about?
You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch?
You're right. There's no staff. Not even a cane or a walking stick. So, the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro used a staff?
I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level.
Well now, this is getting interesting.
All right, Mr. Justice. It's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff.
Boop. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff.
Busted again! Bloody hell, you duplicitous little...
Yes. How'd that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Well?
I'm begging you, please don't make me say it!
But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact!
No can do? No way, no how! You ain't got no idea how terrifying he could be.
He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is, why?
Mr. Filch is scared to death. Jaded with the $5. Great voicing as usual. Also, what's your favorite episode in the whole series as of now?
thank you so much. And in the whole series? In the whole series so far. I mean, Bridge to the Turnabout's really close, but I think for me, Farewell My Turnabout ekes it out just slightly. Just slightly.
Is that why you can't admit the truth?
Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro, he'd claim her soul.
Wait, you think Filch believes that too?
So Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him. The old village superstitions?
Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things, and their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro.
You're darn straight that's why! It's all right here.
Do not gaze upon Tenmataro, do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Okay.
Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul?
See? That's why us folks in Ninetails Vale can't talk about seeing Tenmataro.
That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that no one could talk about him, so it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer. What?
Objection!
Lady May, kind of like the idea of superstitions being important in a case like this affecting the witness's testimony. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting, actually.
Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights.
There is no lack of superstitions in the clique, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetails Vale. A life-or-death superstition might make even you a believer.
Order! Order, I say!
You fool of a Tanuki! 2 times now your lies have cost me!
Sorry, I promise not to do it again.
Talk of my fine feathered friend.
Have at him!
He's gonna eat me alive! Head for the hills!
He took off.
Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him, and with your fastest men!
That's certainly not something you see every day.
Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tenmataro was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Uh-oh.
What? Huh? Ah! Shackles! Too young to die.
Justice, Dodo. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You'd best say your prayers.
Oh my god.
Detective, do something!
Have no fear. Fulbright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us!
Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that sets him free.
Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice!
Silence.
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards.
Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, can I ask you to, you know.
I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. So, Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right. And that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Cuby.
Silence.
Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber?
Borg Laser 9000 with the $5. Silence. Yeah. I gotta admit, I really like Simon. He's kind of awesome.
What? He's right. She said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the Alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had just killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed like Then, why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber?
Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room.
I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber? There is but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last it shall be sated. Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of.
Justice Dono! Very well, then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to...
3 minutes.
I'm sorry, but 3-minute recess?
Just so. Plenty of time. If your destination of intent is the loo.
The loo? You mean the bathroom?
Sheesh. At least include enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished.
Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins.
I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says.
It doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it?
This shows up late, says latecomers will be punished. Yeah, he's already in handcuffs. So, you know. He busted out of his shackles.
Yeah.
What was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved that there was a Tenmataro impersonator at the manor.
What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway?
Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act, Mr. Justice.
It's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait! Let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence.
I suppose it could wait until later.
Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up.
Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo. Don't be late.
Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is.
Nararion, leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist! Wow, that is one well-polished try.
The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. Oh, what is it, my child?
Begone, Nararion, leader of the 100 demons!
Oh, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. Because nobody else will. I tried to get that one going, and, well, let's just say that nobody went with me, and it was really embarrassing, and, well, anyway.
My charm had no effect! The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one.
Now, you little scamp.
Yes?
I trust you know why you're here?
Bags.
Bags? Oh, that tricksy tanuki? Try the noodle stand, and go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian.
No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azukirai away.
Azuki Arai. The yokai that washes Azuki beans? The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off.
Azukirai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Is that so? Well, thank you.
Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for.
They're bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy.
Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically whether or not you saw Tenmataro when you discovered the crime scene.
Did I see Tenmataro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in the room.
So, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Lots and lots of them.
Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenmataro happen to be among them?
I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is that the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nuikabe, Seto Taisho. They were all there.
Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them.
This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony.
Yeah!
Hold it!
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course.
What a fabulous idea. Please, proceed, Miss Sachs.
You sure you know what you're doing, Athena?
She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene. and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help.
Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss X proceed?
It makes no difference to me.
Arrow Ants with the $10, just popping by to say, hey, loved your Apollo Justice video, can't wait for the DDSA, gonna dip so I can rewatch this stream later since your first episode was great for remembering the story. Thank you so much. Look forward to it in however long it takes me to get through this game and then make it, because that's probably gonna take a little bit, at least.
Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land.
I'll show you.
Oh. Yep. That fear is very prominent.
Did I see Temataro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw... Yes, now I remember. Yokai! Right there in that room! Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion.
Athena, what exactly are we looking at here?
Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here, you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice.
Whoa! You mean that little thing could do all of this?
Pretty cool, huh?
And here I thought it was just some kid's toy.
Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So,
all of those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions?
yes, that's right. Her fear is instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma.
Okay. I'm thinking, like, that statue that was broken probably has something to do with that, though, right?
And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear.
So, she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai.
We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally, hit probe again to try and get to the heart of the matter.
Okay, let's give this a try.
Okay.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on the on a wheel of fire?
That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans.
It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation.
Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai in a wheel of fire.
I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha?
Okay, well, there's two things here that could be mistaken, but this one is closer to the actual light, so I'm going to guess that it's this.
This is what you mistook for Akasha.
What? That thing?
No?
I'd never mistake that for Akasha.
Really?
You have to consider what Akasha looks like, Apollo. Think brightly blazing wheel near the ceiling.
Okay. Let's give this another try.
Well, okay, but I can't remember, like, Yeah, perfect health equals no health loss. That's what I thought. I thought I remembered you saying that you took it as you didn't take it if it wasn't a penalty. Yeah. Okay. Okay, but then, like, is it just the light itself, then? Because that seems a little strange, but... Oh, okay. I guess it was just the light fixture. That's weird. I would have assumed that something that looked more like a fox or something would have been closer to that, but whatever.
The light fixture?
This one right here. It has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a wheel of fire. The Kashi you saw was just a light fixture.
Okay, well, whatever.
That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest.
Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster?
That's Nurikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray.
That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue.
I don't know what I was thinking. You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear's under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like that, we thought. There were never really any yokai in the Fox Chamber.
Okay, but that's not good for us, though.
Right. There never really were any yokai there. So, the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion.
Wait, Jinxie? What about Tenmataro?
There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro, or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now.
You've gotta be joking!
Order! Order in the court!
I think we just dug our own grave.
Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do.
No! Apollo, can I interrupt your freakout for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion.
Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet?
Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update.
I think I have a suspicion of what this is gonna be. Did I see Tenmataro in the Fox Chamber? Interesting reaction here. I was so scared when I entered the room. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor.
There, in the Fox Chamber, I saw the alderman dead on a table, and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Tenmataro.
Wait, what am I supposed to do?
Try to find the emotions that contradict your statements.
So, if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out?
That's right. But it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Her emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony.
Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Okay, let's see. So the fear is pretty strong here, and so is the shock. So scared, My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. Okay, so the surprise is really strong here. There in the Fox Chamber I saw. The alderman dead on a table and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Tenmataro. The shock goes down there. With the sadness dropped? That's interesting. Both the surprise got louder here and the sadness got softer. And yeah, it's low at the end. I don't know which one to point out though. I feel like, because that's not really unusual though, because she just described how her legs gave out, which yeah, you would be really surprised if your legs gave out. So that's not really incongruous with her statement. But yeah, I'm also a little bit fishy on this one.
Got it!
This seems like an unnatural reaction.
Really? Because I don't see it that way.
Okay, yeah, so it's not this one.
Hello, is there anybody else in there? Just nod if you can hear me.
Yes, someone's at home, and that someone's going to try that again.
Okay, so okay, I am curious about this one as well, so let's try that. Okay, yes, it's this.
The amount of fear you felt is rather low, despite your legs having given out from fright.
Oh, yeah, duh.
Doi, okay. Could something have lessened your fear?
Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment.
You did? Where did it come from? Is it...
Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she were there with me.
Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Now let's see.
Oh, look! Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now.
Okay. So what is this in reference to? Firesonic225 with the $10. Showed the VA clips I made before to a friend and was told I have a great enthusiasm with them, so feeling very proud of my work. Giving a bit more for the great stream advice and great voices. Thank you so much, and best of luck with that. That's also a good thing, is to, like, whenever you're practicing voice acting, definitely just, like, you know, don't be too nervous about, like, you know, ooh, it's difficult to show my work to other people. Just show it to them and get their feedback, and, you know, because it's very easy to get in a particular thought pattern about, like, oh, my voice sounds like this to me or whatever, but it could sound different to other people. Just, you know, you have to see what they think, and their feedback will be very valuable.
Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage?
Yes, there was. But, I realized that I had done something naughty when I thought about it later.
Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage?
Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this?
Yeah.
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you?
The demon lawyer strikes again! I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it. I liked it so much that I kept it.
You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene!
That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant.
Sorry.
It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key.
Motherfucker!
Might I have a look, your boldness?
Is that?
This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackquill? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key? That went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world, and there was no one else in there, save the victim and his killer. I trust you figured it out for yourself by now.
A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No!
Objection!
How could this happen?
The defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations.
Athena, are you alright?
I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks.
Sucks, Donna. Allow me to put you out of your misery.
Can I decline your offer?
Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great. Now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks.
No, I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight.
Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap. Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed.
All right, I'll be back in 10.
Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai.
Apollo?
Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it that you object to?
Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena.
The court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case?
Well, actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine!
Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you?
Not really, but we'll be fine.
But...
I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped from that locked room, because it's all over if I don't.
Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box.
Or in this case, inside the box. What a doozy that locked room is, too.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument?
You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. Time to do or die. Literally.
The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room.
You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened?
I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so?
The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the Forbidden Chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out.
Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Fuck, this is tough. Okay, so let's see. Let's look at the court record for a second. Kitty with the 2 pounds, pay attention. 2 small lesbians will test you later. They're already doing so every day of my life. Yeah, because, okay. So let's see. So Jinxie did enter. She did enter. And it was locked until then. And the master key was in the office. Genuine, like, when I think about, like, a simple solution, I literally can't think of anything more simple than literally the front door. And, yeah, the air duct is... You could get in through there, but you couldn't get out through there. The window is too small. The Forbidden Chamber is locked. Alright. I don't know. Yeah, they didn't hide inside the chamber. Yeah, really, I think it can only be the front. Let's try it.
The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out.
It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key? I should have seen this coming.
Remember, Apollo, keep it simple.
Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with a key, but...
Well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly.
I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because...
Tenma locked it from the inside. I don't know. Locked on its own. I don't know about that. The perp locked it from outside. I mean... I don't know. I mean, the master key was found inside, but there are other room keys, right? I think I remembered they said that there were other keys, right? You know, Sad Boy, you bring up a good point. They could have dropped it from the air vent. Hold on, let's look at the picture again. I don't see the thing anywhere, like, right there, though. Tema can't lock from inside without trapping themselves inside. Yeah. At the time of the picture... Oh, okay, at the time of the picture, Jinxie had already taken it away. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, Yeah, it could... I'm gonna go with locked it from outside.
What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Ouch!
Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked fox chamber, and the assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact.
Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside. But the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction.
If only we could explain both. Like, how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from the outside.
Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight?
Is this actually... Let's try it.
What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be locked inside the locked room.
And where would you throw it from? There's a cliff outside the fox chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility.
Oh, right. Ah!
I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window.
Somewhere other than the window? Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window?
Okay, yeah, it has to be the fucking air duct.
The air vent?
Yes. The window may be out of the question, but the air vent is not.
Oh, that's right! The fox chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway.
That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the fox chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. Yeah! That's preposterous!
Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly.
Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused.
Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand.
His reaction. What did this bitch just say to me?
First, the real killer, disguised as Tenmataro, murdered the alderman in the fox chamber. Then, they fled the room through the hallway door, and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer?
Amazing. Even I could follow that. I'm not going to use that gavel. I had trouble with that last time.
The judge seems really pleased.
That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro, and there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer's beating the jailbird prosecutor. Whoa, that was a total turnabout.
The massive forehead of his seems so much more attractive now.
Order, 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 I say.
Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence.
A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Both that little scamp and the tricksy tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the... Ouch! But that is impossible, without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there's no sign of Tenma Taro anywhere in the security footage.
What?
Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there?
I don't feel so good.
Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera.
Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one.
No!
Oh wait, that's none. Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window?
What the heck, right?
Ha! I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean the killer really was a yokai.
If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer.
Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be.
What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Oh boy, it's fucking Turnabout Big Top all over again.
Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Your Honor?
What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Well, take a look at this special edition paper. Tenma Taro, real or flight of... Oh, wait.
Tenma Taro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice?
The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out the window.
Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting.
Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Tenma Taro flew away. You know, but some way or another.
Silence.
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay, then how about the Tenma Taro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there is a rational, common-sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai, our tricksy tanuki witness, never even reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter, Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. No good. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenma Taro were the work of one individual.
And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma!
No!
Order! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freak-out ever!
Obviously, it would be mine. Ooh, I went viral in 2009, you know. Nobody remembers that about me, but I remember it. And then Double Rainbow came out. I remember Double Rainbow.
I actually don't remember what year Double Rainbow came out.
The little scamp was no doubt simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade.
Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out the window.
Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap?
What do we do now, Apollo?
The case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It's time I interrogated her as the samurai of your wood.
Who?
Oh. Mayor Tenma? This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul?
Tenmataro's true identity is.
Now, Mr. Mayor. It'd be futile at this point to claim that you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook a little yokai farce.
Confess? The defendant intends to confess?
Wait.
Apollo, Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again.
Mayor Tenma, no! Don't fall for his twisted words! If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone!
The real killer is.
Mayor Tenma's going to confess unless we do something!
But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away!
Caw, 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 caw. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time of my return.
Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for.
What?
Caw, caw, caw! Foolish mortals! I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek!
Mayor Tenma?
Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King!
What the?
Demon King?
Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation! The witness will, he will explain himself. Or are you saying that you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time?
Indeed. It is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say? What nonsense!
So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now?
Caw, 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 caw! His body is now mine!
So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that yokai that Jinxie, Tenma, and Phineas Filch saw? And the one captured in the newspaper photo? Those were all you?
Dangeresk the Third. At least I believe that's... It cuts off your name, sorry. Let me stretch that just a second. Yes, okay, it's Dangerous the Third. Marcy, do us a favor and look at Taka the next time Simon slams his desk. Okay.
The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form.
Your boldness. Your boldness.
Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt?
What am I looking for on, Taka right now? Or what was I looking for on Taka?
Well, a confession by a...
Okay, it's not on that sprite.
Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented.
Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned.
What?
You claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along.
Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking.
Oh, he gets startled whenever the desk is slammed. That's cute.
For the Alderman's killer is none other than the Mayor Tenma. And the yokai at the scene? That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro.
The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackwell? It seems I must spell it out for all of you. Mayor Tenma killed the Alderman in the Fox Chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the Alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled upon the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the Fox Chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible if he's supposed to have flown out the foyer window?
Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of QB Mana Jinxie Tenma was Tenma Taro?
Oh.
Caw! That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, did I? But presently tired, I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, and I knew no more.
It would seem the pieces are still in place.
Is Blackwell up to his tricks again?
I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live...
So that rumor about Mayor Tenma's true? I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the Alderman just so he could release Tenma Taro?
Order! Order!
Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai.
And Simon Says on steroids.
He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, Your Boldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma's just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature.
Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to...
Silence!
This is the dark age of the law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning. Justice Dono.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation.
How about I just promise not to succumb to anything?
We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It's beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but...
What's wrong with him?
Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? It seems you found that quite shocking. It is my special jolt of justice device.
Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. Simon Blackwell! Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior.
A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective?
Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned.
That's fucked. The fact that you can just fucking zap him like that. Crazy.
I'm with everybody. That seems like wildly illegal. All right. Well, that's the first trial day done. And a perfect day. We did it. The bet. Honored.
Come on, come on, come on. Let's see it.
Hey! Bork Laser 9000 with the 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Fucking let's go. And while that's going, I will look to see if we have any fan art real quick, because I think we're probably going to wrap stream at this point, because I think that looks like a pretty good stopping point. Okay, so nothing new in the Twitter tag, because there is some art that's for Umineko, but I'm gonna save that for Umineko. Oh, you're still finishing your art. I see. Okay, I'll wait. I'll give it a minute. And there might be some on Tumblr. We're halfway through the case? Shit. Okay. Awesome. We made good progress. But yeah, I'm gonna save art that is related to Umineko for the Umineko streams. Oh, but this is so cute. What the hell? Okay, hold on. Let me get this up. Let's get this in here. Get this in here as well. Oh, whoa, okay. I see. That's why it wasn't. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Got that. Okay, I'm gonna give it a sec. Sorry, I was tabbed out for a second. I'll look back at what you guys have been saying. Mouse click ASMR. Yes, yes. Yeah, I'm actually really liking this case so far, to be completely honest with you. There are a couple of parts that are a little silly, but I still like it. Do you want to do the cases chronologically? Yeah, I guess I'll probably end up doing the DLC case after case 2. Fernando Cruz, yes, there is a Discord server for the channel. All you have to do is contribute like as low as $1 to the Patreon and you get in, and you can cancel it immediately after if you want to. You won't be like kicked out or anything for not being subbed to the Patreon. You just have to go through the Patreon to get in an attempt to prevent spam. Kaibi with the $2. So what are your thoughts on the new characters? I really like most of them. I'm like, obviously I could kind of take or leave like Filch or whatever, but like, I mean, he's fine. But like, I think that Jinxie is really fun. I feel really bad for her. I think the mayor is fucking great. And like this end part made him like even more interesting. I kind of want to see what's going on under the hood there. I don't really know much about our what was his name, like LaBelle or whatever, but he's the killer, but I think he's fun. At least the spraying shit in Apollo's eyes over and over again is really funny. I love Fulbright and Blackwell. I like that even though he's like really fun and full of energy, Fulbright is also kind of, you know, a little morally dubious as well here. It's like, yep, that sure is a cop. So, you know, I'm very interested to see more of what's going on with them. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Let me look in the Discord real quick. Okay, nothing new for this in the Discord. Okay, Sad Boy is posting right now. I got to clean my glasses real quick. How would I rank this game so far compared to the other Ace Attorney games? I don't know. Like, it's hard to really have a full picture until I finish the game, I think. Like, so far, I'm enjoying it. I just think that, like, I would honestly say, like, the biggest issue with this game right now is probably just, like, I think its pacing can be a little bogged down. I think there are places where they could cut some corners a little bit more. But, I mean, I'm still enjoying the material. Okay, yep, there it is. This is really good. Okay, let me get this. Let me get this on the window. Okay. Yeah, it's mostly just like pacing issues though. But okay. Let's go ahead and get this fan art layer going. Boop boop boop. Turn that on. And no, not that. That. There we go. Okay, so starting off with this art from 90% Spoon on Tumblr. Fan art for NezumiVA's AA Dual Destiny streams. For whatever reason, I was inspired to make some Tenmataro x Ninetales fan art. Happy Pride. This is really cute. I really like the way that you drew them. This is like, the colors are fantastic. Their expressions are so adorable. The way that you like did their anatomy is really good. Yeah, I really like this a lot. I wonder if anybody has actually done like art like this of them before, but like I think if not, then there should be more because I really like this a lot. This is actually really, really sweet. Thank you. This is really good. We have this from CB-Andy on Tumblr. He's so transgender to me. I drew him listening to NezumiVA on YouTube. Please check her out. I love her. Yeah, I love Apollo too. We all love Apollo. We wish he would have more time in the sun. I'm actually really glad that Apollo has gotten a little bit more time to shine in this case so far, though. I'm not expecting that to be a consistent throughout the game from what I've heard, but I think that, like, you know, just having another case where you get to pilot Apollo around is really fun. And also, I actually really like his dynamic with Athena. Granted, I would like to see more, like, you know, Apollo Trucy investigations, obviously, because I like Trucy a lot, but, you know, it's still just, it's really fun to see these two sort of bounce off of each other. I think that they have like a really fun dynamic and mesh with each other really well. Yeah, this is really good. Thank you. We have this from Kate the Vampire on Tumblr. Why did it freeze? Oh, okay. Okay, it's going now. Oh no, Bobby Fulbright turned into a marketable plushie. Who could have done this? Based off Marcy mentioning him, throwing him like a plushie. Unfortunately, no milk included, since this is the first time I'm animating this. Animating in a few years, and I don't know how to do liquids. Still photos of him under the cuts. Yeah, this is really fun. I'm just imagining him like flying through the air. Have any of you guys ever seen the old Japanese commercial for Sonic Adventure 1 on the Dreamcast, where they have the little plushy Sonic, like, and they're like, Sonic is going on an adventure, and they attach him to like a little vine in the jungle, and then they just like point the camera down as he falls down a waterfall, and he's like, ah! And he like, I think he gets like taken by an alligator or something. I'm imagining that happening to him right now. But of course, if it were Fulbright, he would wrestle with the alligator or something. Sounds kind of like his cup of tea. But this is really good. Thanks. And of course, last but not least, unless there's anything else that I missed. Okay, that's an Umineko related one, so I will save that for next time. And yes, nothing else in the... Okay, yeah. So we have this, another classic doodle sheet from sadboy_alert on Twitter. We have the Blackwell pose, which is very fun. And also you have actual Blackwell up there with his little brooding Shadow the Hedgehog face. That reaction is very appropriate. That's definitely how I'm feeling about him right now. I like him a lot. Could it be this? Holy shit, you're right. That's what I was laughing about when I pulled this up, because yeah, that's pretty much just what happened. You were smarter than me in that moment. You had a bit of a brain blast moment. Why did I making a reference to Jimmy Neutron the same week that somebody asks me about Jimmy Neutron on fucking Retro Spring? And when me and Austin, like, I don't even know that I said anything about this. Me and Austin watched like an episode or two of Jimmy Neutron the other day, just out of nowhere, and now I've had Jimmy Neutron on the brain. But you know, whatever, it happens, I guess. But yeah, as always, fantastic doodles. You did a great job. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And yeah, that seems to be it. So, great stream, everybody. Really enjoying this case so far. And I guess we'll see where it goes the next time we do Dual Destinies again, which should hopefully be sometime soon. So, thank you all once again for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye, everybody!
I ruined my gavel and the desk, and now I'm going to have to pay to get it repaired. And oh no, did I leave this on? Oh goodness. Okay, Mr. Justice.